Okay, I think we are live. So we're in for a treat this evening. An interesting topic, something that I recently fell upon. I can't say that I've done an insanely deep dive into Plum Island, which is close to New York and Long Beach. I'll show where it is on Google Earth just to give you kind of an idea of the location that we're talking about. Um, I mean, really, I'm watching other people that are making claims. I'm not doing my own independent research. So when it comes to Plum Island, I'll be completely honest. This is completely speculation. I have not done a deep dive, but it is very interesting. And whether it's speculative, whether this is complete, conspiracy theory on my part, um, it is a good springboard for us to jump into a very relevant and a very, very real topic, and that is genetic manipulation of basically everything that God has created. Obviously, we know we have genetically modified um, plants, GMO'd and subsidized plants, plant material. We know that we have CRISPR technology. We know that we're starting to play around with the blueprint of life. DNA for humans is roughly 6.5 billion nucleotide chains, in this helix. And it is basically a manual. It is a instruction manual on how to build humans, animals, insect, just everything and anything that is alive has a DNA, right? So when we start tampering with DNA, especially because now we went into the animal phase, we're already jumping into human phases, and we're already jumping to human and animal hybrids and stuff like that. Now, this is sometimes just human stem cells that are injected, and then after they see it transform into it integrates itself, let's say, into a mouse and stuff like that. It's not like, we have human pigs, they look somewhat human with a pig nose and stuff like that. Not yet. But it's something for me that is deeply concerning. We see that even in the realm of pharmaceuticals, we're no longer creating or synthetic or natural derivative medication that react on receptors, where they're jumping into injecting information into RNA so that it can actually produce something, it can create something. So, which is very scary, and we've all been through that, since 2019. So I'm going to pop up the PowerPoint presentation. Obviously, my channel is very often through a lens of the Bible. All right, so this today is not we're not doing a Bible study necessarily, but I will tie in, and anytime I can tie in things that are occurring in real time, like now in the present or the near future, if I can point you guys to the Bible and say, look, this fairy tale book here is pretty spot on on many things, and some of the stuff that was said, let's say 2,000 years ago, if it's a New Testament, even older, if it's the Old Testament, and to have things appearing extremely accurately should be taken seriously. I certainly do. So we got Xander and Mavro is in the house. We got Darla, the moderator. Thank you, Xander and Darla. They are members. They've joined the channel to help support the channel. We got Dirt Wizard. Hey, Darla, I had a minute. I'll try and make it back. Thanks, Dirt, for coming over and supporting the channel. We got another member of this channel, Jules from Southern Oregon. Greatly appreciated. I think we're up to 12 members. Hopefully, it's going to be one step at a time. The first step is maybe being more consistent and having my live streams the same time and the same date every every week, so that people are not caught off guard with a sudden live stream notification just an hour or a couple of hours before it. So I think that might help more people to see the notification days ahead and to expect at the same time of the week and the same time, the same hour. I think that's a step up. Obviously, I'm trying to think of stuff that I can do for members. I can make videos and I can give, I guess, early access to those videos, and then maybe a week later. But the thing is, I don't do pre-recorded videos very often. Most of the time, it's a live stream, and most of the time, people appreciate. I also have my Patreon, Jason Swartz Nutrition, for low carb, as well as ketogenic, intermittent fasting, prolonged fasting. I have about 5 members on my Patreon page, but no one's really asking questions or anything. So I have a feeling people are just went to the Patreon as regular viewers, just to give $3.50 Canadian every month to support it. But there's no need to monetize anything to support my channel. Just sharing it, giving a thumbs up, as well as just showing up, really makes a difference. A big difference between 23 people watching while you're talking and nobody. So very grateful. Darla, if you can put the Patreon, if people are interested in low carb ketogenic diets, fasting approach to weight loss. And again, this is the Patreon, something that I want to start putting more time and effort, even if it's 20-minute videos, so that I can do more things during the week, but not do a 4-hour stream. I'm going to try and limit things to an hour to maximum an hour and a half, because views tend to go down. So if you are interested if you have a question, if you have a statement that you really want me to acknowledge in the chat, please put it all in cap locks. Rosa, Papa's doing a video. Just a minute. I'm just going to bring Rosa downstairs. Papa's doing a video, sweetheart. Come on. No, Papa's doing a video. It won't be long enough. Okay? Good. Sorry about that, guys. My wife's on the phone, so I might just have to let her come in for a while if she mosey on up again. If you have any questions or statements that you want me to acknowledge, put all cap locks. That way you guys can communicate as a community, and I don't have to scout every single post and just have this dead air time. Sorry, my asthma. I gotta get some Symbicort again. You can tell my voice is raspy, and it's making my asthma act up. C Lojo, hey guys. First time I think that I've seen C Lojo, so thanks for dropping by. Hey Kai, what's up, man? How are you doing? We got who else? We got Antoinetta Di Mano asking how you can reach me. I'm gonna put right now my Gmail account, and you can contact me. All right. very, you see, I almost always get this wrong. I think she's coming.
Sometimes I have to be on the phone.
Yeah, I understand, Michelle. We got, who else? All right, let's go through this quickly, and then we can start the actual content. We got Jules, and we got Hoser. We also got Elias. Hey man, ça va bien? And we got the real Wayno. We got Sabinator as well, is a member of the channel. Thank you very much. Very appreciated, my friend. And we got Kellen. Hey, Elias, merci beaucoup. Thank you. Alex Fortier in the house. Alex has a really good video. Is it on TikTok or Instagram? I think it's on his TikTok. Share your TikTok link, Alex, if you like. It has over 2 million views. So I wanted to get him on, and we were going to look at this TikTok that he captured with his camera, and we were going to discuss about, variety of like what could it be and stuff like that. It's basically a new light that's in the sky, and he filmed it, and it's very interesting. We will get to that video, but I just kind of wanted him to be on the channel when we do that. We got Stephanie Black, we got Kai at home, and we got Crazy Music Space Jam. All right, so let's get to the meat of the matter. Entire screen. All right. Start from the beginning. Okay, so Plum Island, the secrets of Plum Island. So Plum Island is an animal disease center. It does research. It is part of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, as well as Homeland Security. It's kind of what the building, one of the buildings look like. This is just an aerial view. So they are over the 20th century. What it had a variety of different uses. The facility. The first, it was during like the World War. They were testing out agents, biological weapons, etc. There's suspicion about creating zoonotic illnesses so that they could infect the enemy and kill off livestock, like cattle, for example. So the beef and the milk would be non-existent. Again, some of this is speculation. Some of it is not necessarily speculation. So we have New Haven here. We have New York. And this is the island. So it's right over here. Also notice here Montauk, because we're going to talk about the Montauk monster that washed up on the beach here. And a lot of people believe that the origin of this weird creature that comes from Plum Island, and that they're doing research that is beyond even gain of function style of research, taking stuff like foot and mouth disease, that's found in cattle, for example. And then after, trying to find a vaccine so that, and the same thing that we all heard come out with Fauci kind of thing. No, 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 we're not doing that. We're not giving money for gain of function. And then it all comes out that, yes, indeed, we were doing it. So Plum Island has a mysterious past with alleged classified secrets, such as stories of hybrid creatures named the Montauk, a hybrid creature named the Montauk Monster, or theories that Nazi scientists worked on germ warfare, creating Lyme disease. There's an area called Lyme in Connecticut, and this is where it first probably kind of appeared, the Lyme disease, and because it first sprung out there, that's they call it Lyme disease. But there's evidence of Lyme disease being existent in mummified remains. So, but the speculation is that the Nazi scientists worked on germ warfare. Now, what are Nazi scientists doing on Plum Island? What are they doing in the United States? That's another rabbit hole to go down. You could look into, and I'd also do not a deep dive, but not a superficial dive, but I'd have to research a lot more. Project Paperclip, which is basically after Nazi Germany were defeated, United States used Project Paperclip, the CIA to be more precise, to wash their slate clean, to give them, in a way, new identities, so that there'd be no connection with the war crimes that they were doing during the war. And it's believed that that many of these scientists entered the United States. There's one Nazi scientist that we're going to look at that definitely was part of Plum Island, and we'll get into that in a sec. So some have speculated that animal-human hybrids and biological warfare weapons are being developed inside Plum Island Animal Disease Center, opened by the U.S. Department of Agriculture in the 1950s, and under the control of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. So this is John S. Verico, just again trying to downplay all of the accusations. Like, I've heard questions about Nazi scientists, alien technology, genetically modified monsters, as if like we've heard everything. And like I said, it could be a speculation. This is kind of like not as popular as not at all as popular as Area 51, but shrouded in mystery. And when you don't have a lot of facts, sometimes people embellish, or they'll jump to what they think might have happened, and there's no way of proving it. So this is just more a photography of Plum Island. So this is the Montauk Monster. Here's a newly published photo of the Montauk Monster that washed up on the shore of Montauk. The strange beast that recently washed ashore on south shore of Long Island, New York. Sadly, it appears that the monster's dinosaur-like beak, visible in the previous seen photo, may just be decomposed snout caught at a weird angle. So some people are saying that it's like, no, it's just a decomposing raccoon, maybe, kind of thing. But when or a pig or something, but the DNA, there's no results. There's no DNA test. There's no follow-up, like, hey, this is weird. It's like the remains was taken away. The only reason that it's that people are aware of this is that it was three young teenagers that were walking on the beach that saw it. They took a picture and they sent it and went all over the internet. You can see how here it has on each side like maybe like a boar or something, two big canines in a way. The snout looks like a beak. It's very difficult to decipher. All right, but when you look at the feet and well, the legs, you can see that they don't really resemble. They look deformed. It's just more of a close up to it. I mean, it's like, is it part bird, part dog? I don't know. It could be too that it's just been in the water for so long and it's bloated, and it's decomposing, and it just looks odd in that decomposing state. But it is extremely close to Plum Island, and the rumors, the speculation about Plum Island didn't just start when this thing appeared on the beach. There was already rumors and conspiracies and people making claims about oddities occurring on Plum Island. And then another one. This kind of looks like a raccoon, to be honest. Maybe this could be a raccoon. Again, that's just washed up, but again, it's a weird remain. It's not obvious what it is, and it's again extremely close to Plum Island that does animal research. This is another one. I don't. So it has a tail. I don't know if the head's there. Yeah. Okay. So this is quite odd. Excuse me. Check this out. It took me a second. Up here, right here, is the teeth. So, like, if I was just to cut it here, the way the mouth opens, the eyes, I'm not even sure where they are. I would almost say, like, yeah, that looks like a fish in the front. It's definitely not a fish in the back. So this one, I don't know. I don't know if this one's true. I just threw it in. It's not from any area close to Plum Island. It probably is fake. But since we're talking about hybrids, there's the future, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we're headed if God doesn't stop it. So we have the Manhattan monster. It's very, very cute. The eyes are here. Very extremely small eyes. Very weird mouth. Here's another view of the same one. I guess you got the snout here. Extremely small eyes. Little pig ears. The body itself could be a pig. Here's another view. Is that a leg or tail? So, yeah, quite odd. These one are close to Plum Island. So, is it a pig? Like I said, like the body is maybe pig-like, except the feet are nowhere close to what the hoofs of a pig look like. So, congressional move allows conservation of mysterious Plum Island to continue. The land was also used during the Cold War for biological weapons research. So, U.S. bioweapons program. Again, like I said, the idea that we could use something like foot and mouth disease or these zoonotic illnesses to wipe out the cattle, to wipe out the food supply, the animal food supply. Speculation. On top of that, there is quite a lot of evidence that they have horrible track record in these types of facility that house some of the most dangerous bacteria and viruses and microorganisms. Just horrible track record of not being up to par, just incompetency and leaks. It should make us feel really good. I believe that the 2019 pandemic was, from a lab. It was a leak, and that was absolutely ridiculous. We weren't even allowed to just to even say that. It was false information. But there's way more evidence now that the damage is done that to show that, yeah, indeed, like, of course. But anyways, so I'll be really surprised if this video stays up. We're talking about a lot of government stuff and talking about pharmaceuticals. We're talking about a lot of stuff that in the past I've gotten a strike. So enjoy, because you might not be able to watch this tomorrow, and I might not be allowed to post anything for a while if I get enough strikes. There's also speculation about Rift Valley fever. You can check into that revolving, and this is transmitted by mosquitoes. So just like Lyme disease is transmitted through ticks primarily, there are a wide variety of diseases that can be spread by insects, and this was being contemplated during the World War. So these bugs can be transmitters. When looking at the CDC, the CDC warns of rare bacterial infection that has claimed the lives of a dozen Americans. CDC chief admits pattern of safety lapses after mishandling anthrax and other pathogens. The CDC says it improperly sent dangerous pathogens in 5 incidents in past decade. Second probe finds more safety lapses at CDC anthrax labs. Some NIH employees irked by agency's failure to notify them about smallpox vials. So we got the Montauk Monster. We got the other weird creatures washing up on the beach. But we also have a case of a human body washing up on the actual shores on the beach of Plum Island itself. Now, this human body had a few things that are suspicious. One thing that's highly suspicious and one thing that's quite odd. Give me a second. I have to quit this Nicorette spray. I started back up about a month ago, maybe 2 months. I had successfully removed myself from the Nick hit, but yeah, it is what it is. All right, so Plum Island, New York. A human body has washed ashore on New York's tiny Plum Island, where a U.S. government lab studies dangerous animal diseases. Sorry for the noise in the background. Police say a security guard discovered the clothed body Thursday afternoon on the island's southwest beach area, where access is restricted. Sorry, I didn't really. This presentation isn't very strong on dates. But again, this is just extremely interesting, extremely thought-provoking. It's like I said, speculative, but it does point to actual genetic science that is happening, that is worrisome. And if we gaze through all of this topic through the Bible, it'll naturally bring us to the Genesis 6, where we're talking about angels, the sons of God, descending onto the daughters of man and having offspring. And these offspring were the great men of renown. They were, they happened also to be giants. These, in a way, demigods. A G with a not a capital G. So these angel human hybrids. And then after but it's very brief, doesn't go into too much detail besides that. And then after we go to the first book of Enoch, that goes into more detail, gives us a deeper perspective. And indeed, for those who in Christianity were trying to say that these sons of God, that doesn't mean angels. Well, the first book of Enoch certainly affirms that we're talking about interdimensional beings, if you want to put it in a non-religious term, not from the earthly realm, not from the physical universe, but from a realm that is perhaps very close, but on another dimension. Just want one thing. I just want to make sure. Salut la gang, Stephanie Black, merci beaucoup. All right, let's get back to business. Okay, let's continue with this guy that washed up on the shores. So police say a security guard discovered the clothed body Thursday afternoon on the island's southwest beach area where access is restricted. Police on Long Island said an autopsy determined. So now it's saying Long Island. I'm assuming that it washed up. Yeah, it washed up. Okay. Because now it's saying Long Island, but anyways. Police on Long Island said an autopsy determined the partially decomposed body was that of a black male about 6 feet tall with a large build. But the odd thing is very long fingers. That's interesting. They said there were no obvious signs of trauma and no immediate cause of death. Plum Island is about 100 miles northeast of New York City in Long Island. It has been called a potential target for terrorists because of its stock of vaccines and diseases such as African swine fever. There was at one point Al-Qaeda, a woman that had managed to enter into the United States, was part of Al-Qaeda, and there was evidence once she got arrested, was found about potential sites to attack, and this was one of them. I guess this would be the sketches. So give you a mental picture over here. So this is what is very odd, very weird. This is what is suspicious. Again, people are already saying that they're doing, animal experimentation. They're creating, these weird monsters that are perhaps mixing various animals and creating these deformed creatures. But the guy that washed up with the long fingers had 5 holes drilled into his head, similar to brain surgery, some kind of procedure was done on this individual. So again, did he just like escape the facility and and then after they just said, oh, the guy washed ashore, who knows? I mean, he was obviously floating for a while because it was decomposed, so it's not like he could have like escaped the facility and there's no gunshots or stuff like that. So this is an actual aerial view of the body being taken away. This is Eric Trobe, and he is a Nazi scientist that supposedly worked at Plum Island. Reims Island, Germany was in a way the equivalent perhaps of Plum Island. Probably not. So Reims Island, Germany, was where they were doing their own biological weapons warfare and stuff like that. And he worked there, this individual. But when the war ended, Nazi Germany was defeated, Project Paperclip went in and gave these guys a free pass to enter into the United States and to work for the secretly for the United States. There was a similar program for Nazi scientists that ended up going to Russia. So a way of weaponizing these things is infecting insects to spread the disease to enemies. So fancied as a germ weapon by early bio warriors from Nazi Germany. So we're going to look at the headline here saying German scientists recruited by US, and then somebody added underneath Operation Paperclip. Here's a photo of I don't know if this photo is all the Nazi scientists in one picture, or if this is just from people that work on Plum Island, and that within that group there are some Nazi scientists. I'm not sure about that. So a source who worked on Plum Island. So again, highly speculative. There's no way for me to fact check this. But to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. A source who worked on Plum Island in the 1950s recalls that animal handlers and a scientist released ticks outdoors on the island. Now, if you look again on Google Earth or an aerial map of the United States, you'll see that Lyme, Connecticut is not that far from Plum Island. Montauk is not that far from Plum Island, and we'll see that there was a ground zero outbreaks and I'm trying to remember what the outbreak was, but it was right where there were again two government facilities, Plum Island and another one that don't remember the name, but I will when we pop up the slide. And I didn't do the other snapshot, but basically what I was saying was they called the handler, the animal handlers, and a scientist. It says that a scientist was this guy that they referred to as the Nazi scientist, Eric. So the Lone Star can bite multiple times. So the Lone Star is a type of tick that can see. While looking up some of this stuff, you always learn some interesting facts. I guess some ticks don't have eyes. They often are in blades of grass or in nature, and they depend on us walking by and brushing up, and then they attach themselves, and then they can burrow into our skin. But the Lone Star is a lot more aggressive. It hunts, and it can smell the ammonia that's released from our body, the CO2. Um, yeah, so it can smell us, and it will hunt us down. So the Lone Star, and it can bite multiple times. So this is the perfect one to spread these diseases to humans. So the Lone Star tick, more common in Virginia, causes severe red meat allergy. Now, I I remember seeing articles, and obviously the fact checkers say that this is fact checked and is false. But that Bill Gates had made a comment about, we could decrease red meat consumption by causing people to be allergic to meat. I'm paraphrasing. And I will actually look at the fact check. Probably he didn't say that, but he has put money into some labs, these labs that deal with this. But that would be amazing, right? Like, hey, there's a way to reduce red meat consumption globally, is to set off these Lone Star ticks that cause you to be allergic to a sugar that is found in meat and milk, and I think it's called alpha gal. So GAL, alpha hyphen gal, or no hyphen, alpha gal. Learn something new. I didn't know that there was a form of sugar found in meat. So the Lone Star tick, this is where it's been spreading to date. So it's spreading aggressively. Here, the red meat allergy linked to ticks is rising. I think that it is a genius way of getting people to reduce their milk and red meat consumption. We know that they are lying through their teeth, pushing a plant-based diet that is completely deficient. Believe me, I've done my research, and my YouTube channel before being just called Jason John Swartz was Fast Keto Prime. It was about low carb. It was about the truth about animal fats and cholesterol, and these things. And it was pushing back, showing scientifically that the plant-based diet is actually quite deficient, and not just in vitamin B12. The plant kingdom has many kinds of nutrients, micronutrients, that are in a plant form, that is either not as available as the animal form, or cannot be converted properly. So we're talking about, animal, it's vitamin A. We're talking about beta carotene in plants. Beta carotene is not vitamin A, but they'll call it vitamin A. That needs to be converted. And if you genetically you're predisposed to not being able to convert beta carotene into retinol, some people can only convert that 5%. So that would put people in a lot of danger, and we can get into the DHA and EPA, the plant omegas, as well as vitamin D3 in animals compared to D2. So I don't care what's written on the side of a bottle and what percent. We're not. It's the majority of these, like Centrum vitamins and stuff like that. It's just another waste of time, and you end up finding heavy metals and stuff like that in these things. Anyways, I'm going off on a tangent. Yeah, so we got this mysterious meat allergy that's passed by ticks, and it may affect hundreds of thousands of US CDC estimates. So that's scary. Of course, PolitiFacts if your time is short, it says the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation awarded 2 grants to Oxitec and biotechnology firm. To Oxitec, a biotechnology firm, to research genetically modified genetically modifying the Asian blue tick, a common pest affecting cattle in some parts of the world. Oxitec said its modified ticks have not been introduced in the wild. Research has taken place only in the United Kingdom labs so far. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention said there's been a rise since 2010 in alpha gal syndrome, an allergy that connects to tick bites. But the CDC said that in the US, the Lone Star tick is largely responsible for spreading the allergy, not the Asian blue tick. Give it time. And again, it's like, okay, so the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation will give a grant. Um, Same thing. Like when Fauci finally admitted that the United States was involved with the lab in Wuhan and stuff, these things that they straight out lied during the whole outbreak. Um, no one went to jail. It's like a lot of people. It's very frustrating because it's like, okay, you lied. Okay, so is he going to jail? Is somebody going to jail? Is anyone ever going to go to jail, or is it just people that are citizens of their own country protesting about all the ridiculous globalist, elitist, deep state, whatever the cabal want, so it's like, the people who have literally the incompetence, the corruption that shut down the world for a time. No one's responsible for that. But if you don't pay your license, you might go to jail. So its solution is to create a modified male Asian blue tick with a self-limiting gene. Again, God does not like it when you play with DNA. So self-limiting gene, which will mate with females and pass the gene to their offspring, preventing them from surviving to adulthood and reproducing. There's something called Operation Mongoose. Here I'm just going briefly through, and this is less speculative because to a certain extent the government has admitted these things, that they have done research on U.S. citizens, on soldiers, on inmates. I didn't pop up people in insane asylums and stuff like that, but yeah, them too. So and on right down to children, or orphans and orphanages. Again, because we're not going to go down every rabbit hole, but if you're interested, after this, go check out Operation Mongoose. Now, there was a outbreak of swine fever. Okay, and this happened in Cuba. So I believe Operation Mongoose was trying to get Fidel Castro out of Cuba at the time. Suddenly, they have this epidemic of swine fever. They have to kill off all of the livestock, and the only people that had the swine fever was Plum Island. And prior to it breaking out in Cuba, there were naval ships in the preceding weeks, perhaps days. I'm not sure the time span, but it was super suspicious. Cuba called out the United States, called out the CIA. They denied it, but again, If they're willing to do that to their own citizens, believe me, they're willing to do that to an enemy. So here it says the Central Intelligence Agency has denied a report that, with at least its tacit consent, African swine fever was deliberately introduced into Cuba in 1971. So they denied that it was their doing, even though they had naval ships close. The way that this cycle works here, this is originally how it works, but you have this tick pig cycle, and what they do during the day is they seek shelter. Ticks will, or at least specifically these form, I don't know if it's all forms, but they, if they have not burrowed into the skin, the flesh yet, they'll hide, and they'll that's a domestic cycle, and after they'll do their stuff in at nighttime. They'll come out. Going back to Lyme disease, remember Lyme, Connecticut, extremely close to Plum Island. This gentleman is considered the person who, let's say, discovered the Lyme bacteria. But he is also a bioweapon researcher. This is the actual bacteria that causes Lyme disease. Don't forget, like the bacteria itself isn't called a fancy Lyme something. They just very often, Spanish flu. Well, they thought that it came from Spain after the war, so it was called Spanish flu. There are a lot of illnesses that are the name is just where it was first, ground zero and stuff like that. For some reason, it became like with the COVID-19, it's like, well, we're not going to use China. But anyways, it is what it is. Who cares what the name is? But this is the bacteria causes Lyme disease. Again, here is from Google Earth, old Lyme, Connecticut. And we see here, I'm sorry guys, I forget with the screenshot which outbreak of what bacteria it was. What's important to note is Plum Island and Fort Detrick, what seemed to be ground zero, right? The Tuskegee, that experiment was done on African Americans. They were given syphilis and purposely not treated to see what the pathophysiology is, to let the syphilis, the course of that infection, run its full course and to see what happens. Operation Sea Spray. Bacteria was dropped on U.S. citizens in San Francisco. I don't know which bacteria it was. I'm trying to limit things. So this is just very, not, like I said, not that in depth. Take it with a grain of salt. It's interesting. It's food for thought. And you can write these things down, like, Operation Paperclip or Operations Sea Spray. You can go in and do deeper studies if you wish. Also, inmates. There's evidence that U.S. citizens that were incarcerated were tested on. Even with plutonium, there was mention of injecting with cow's blood. That's odd. So the BBC over here. So I punched in hybrids, and this BBC article popped up. So I'm going to read through this article with you guys, and that way, just to kind of give you an idea, where if you're going from a biblical uh, worldview, you're going to be thinking about Genesis 6. You're going to be thinking about the first book of Enoch. You're going to be looking and thinking about the book of Yasher, that is not canonized, but was in the Latin Vulgate, very old translation into Latin. The book of Yasher was there, but it was later taken out. So the uneasy truth about human-animal hybrids. So I call it genetic abominations. In Greek mythology, the chimera is a monstrous fire-breathing creature, typically described as having the head of a lion with a snake as a tail and the head of a goat emerging from its back over here. So this could just I'm not saying, that this specific Greek chimera existed, but what I am asserting, what I am sharing with you is that there's a seed of truth into this. These mythologies, Greek mythologies, they are basically, like centaurs, like horse, the bottom of a horse, the top of a human. The other one, with it's there's a centaur, and I forgot the other one what it's called, but it's more like Pan playing the flute. It's like more goat, the bottom of a goat, and the top of humans and things like that. But the idea, I believe, is because the book of Yasher talks about, and we'll get into the verse, that the fallen angels, they descended, they created these angel-human hybrids, which were abominations. They not only did that, what's up? Yeah. Okay.
Go get the truck.
Sure. What was I saying? Yeah, I was talking about a ring of truth. And if you look at the Bible stories, when you have the Tower of Babel, and instead of going out into the earth and multiplying, what they ended up doing was they all, joined around one leader, an evil leader, a Nimrod. And after this happened, after God confused their language and caused them to separate, because they were making a tower to the heavens, which I think is actually a device that can open up portals. So I'm thinking speculatively, like CERN. Okay, these weird clouds that had formed. And by the way, I think China wants to make the same Hadron Collider, but way, way bigger. I was talking about Babylon, and when God dispersed them, he said, look, he put over the nations, the table of nations. Now, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think it was like 70 nations or around that. He put angels over each one of these nations. So each nation has an angel, has a messenger, and these angels are supposed to minister to these nations. They're also supposed to be intercessors and representatives of Yahweh, the biblical, the God in the Bible. What they ended up doing was they sought worship. Okay, and they claimed divinity. They sought worship. they turned the world away from God. And you had that. On top of that, you have, Lucifer, that is a cherub, more specifically, not just an angel, not an archangel either. He is a cherub, or a cherubim. Um, so you have Satan, and then after you have in the first, you have Satan, you have the rebellion of angels that fell. That might be a completely other incursion. Then you have, I don't think the fallen angels that fell at the same time with Satan is the same angels that did the Genesis 6 mating with women kind of thing. So them as well. So now you had in the ancient times, you had, prior to the flood, you had these Nephilim, you had these fallen angels. This is before the flood. Babel is after, but this is before the flood. And if you look at what was occurring, you had these fallen angels. They were from from the heaven, from heaven, from another dimension. They sought worship as well. Now, you also had many kings that were giants, right? They were the offsprings. So the fallen angels were worshipped as gods. The Nephilim were worshipped as demigods. And so when you look at Mesopotamia, Sumerian, the Anunnaki, for example, and things like that, you look at all of the cultures, you're going to see very common thread. Now, it's not, in my opinion, that the Bible stole or used. It did use some of the books, but it put it into a perspective. What I mean is, in the Bible, the serpent, the dragon, Satan, Lucifer, the fallen angels, anyone but Yahweh seeking worship is the bad guy, right? And when you look at many of these various empires, nations throughout history, you have that they are the good guys, right? They're the good ones. The serpent, very good guy, teaches wisdom, serpent wisdom. You see in Hinduism, you see the Kundalini serpent energy. You have serpent mounds in Canada. You have serpent mounds in the state. You have Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. You got China that's obsessed with winged serpents. Serpents are everywhere. And but what's quite unique is that through the Bible, we're saying, no, we do not have a positive view of the serpent. We have a negative view. And almost all cultures have legends of giants, and all speak about a flood. There is actually a Chinese letter that represents a boat with 8 people. And when you go and check in Turkey, modern Turkey, okay, in ancient Asia, where the 7 churches are, there's the mountains of Ararat, okay, mountains. There's a large mountain, but there's mountains. And there is archaeological evidence. There's excavations where we have scientists have found the remains of Noah's Ark. And Ron Wyatt had discovered this very early in the 80s, if not the 70s. Okay, roughly there. So let's continue. First, human pig hybrid embryos. Just as it terrorized the minds of the Greeks, this vision is also the cause of much consternation regarding the successful creation of the first human pig hybrid embryo at the Salk Institute in California. In fact, such human animal hybrids are often referred to as chimeras. For the first time, researchers have successfully grown human cells inside early stage pig embryos in the lab, creating pig-human hybrids, which the researchers describe as interspecies chimeras. So just want to check some of the comments. I'm not missing anything major. We have 28 to 31 people popping in and out. Oh well, I don't see anything in cap lock, so I'll finish this section. We'll go to the comments section. Please put cap locks if you want me to acknowledge your comment or statement, or comment on your statement. So while still early days, the experiment might one day lead to lab-grown human organs that can be transplanted into those who need them, potentially saving thousands of lives. The road to hell is paved in good intentions. In the experiment, researchers in the US injected human stem cells into early stage pig embryos. These hybrid embryos were then transferred into surrogate sows and allowed to develop into the first trimester. More than 150 of the embryos developed into chimeras. This is a proof of concept experiment showing that human-pig hybrids are possible. The ultimate goal is to find a way to use these lab-grown human parts for transplants. We have shown that a precisely targeted technology can allow an organism from one species to produce a specific organ composed of cells from the other species. So, this, when people are talking about Atlantis, you see what I mean? Like, I'm Christian, I have a Bible worldview, not denying Atlantis, not denying any of these things. These were pre-Diluvian, pre-flood civilizations that, because the fallen angels were active there, because the Nephilim were present, we have fallen angel technology. We could call it interdimensional beings bringing high levels of technology. And we also have these extremely gigantic and strong demigods that are called Nephilim, that coupled with the technology, we're able to make these megaliths. So that when we're looking and we're saying, like, we don't even have machinery to move these kind of heavy stones and stuff like that, where you see the quarry is not even close to where the rocks are found, for example. So we have shown that a precisely targeted technology can allow an organism from one species to produce a specific organ composed of cells from another species. Belmont and his team previously performed experiments to create interspecies chimeras in the lab back in 2015. Now, this is what they're talking about, guys. They're admitting that, right? The BBC, so imagine what they're not talking about. Imagine what other countries like China, what they're doing possibly and not letting people know. So scary stuff. These early studies successfully integrated human stem cells into mouse embryos, which showed that human stem cells could develop inside another species, creating a world first chimera. A second experiment tried adding rat and mouse stem cells to an early stage pig embryo. Interestingly, after implanting these cells, bundles back into pigs for continued gestation of about 4 weeks, there's no sign of the rodent stem cell. A third experiment, they're probably at like experiment 392. A third experiment kicked it up a notch. They added human stem cells to clusters of embryonic pig cells and to embryonic cow cells, forming two new chimeras. After a couple of days, they investigated the cells and found the human cells were still growing. These experiments all lead up to the biggest of the team's finding, the ability to create a human-pig hybrid that would continue to develop inside a pig's uterus. Why don't we just, like, why don't birthing people, uh, why don't people who don't have a uterus just, we can mix it up and just throw that baby into a pig and let it gestate, let the pig give birth, some weird stuff. I don't want to go there. I ain't opening up Pandora's box. I'm just gonna be quiet. Of course, the ultimate goal of chimeric research is to learn whether we can use stem cell and gene editing technologies to generate genetically matched human tissues and organs, and we are very optimistic that continued work will lead to eventual success. Look, if you're looking at Neuralink, for example, and you have some kind of spine injury or whatever, look, technology in and of itself is not evil, but this is some powerful technology. And because of the current state of man's heart, and because Satan has not been defeated, and he's still deceiving the nations, what we end up having is that it might also be used, some of these technologies, for good things, but it's also used for bad things. It's used against us by very, very evil people that want a new world order. They want a one world leader, a one world government, a one world religion that is not Christianity. I guarantee you that. And they want a one world currency. They want to give a basic universal welfare, like a basic income. And obviously, they would divide the world kind of into 10 sections. I forget which organization of people, what is it called? It's kind of like the United Nations. And very often when the world, it's divided into 10 districts, and it's interesting because the beast system and the beast, the man of sin, that one world leader, who I really believe is King Charles, based on author Tim Cohen, and his research. He was making those claims in the 90s, based on one big thing, the heraldic achievement, the coat of arms. I've done a video. If you scroll back a little bit, you'll be able to see like something labeled Antichrist, and you can check that out. It's another deep dive into the topic. Nothing new, just kind of passing on what I learned from author Tim Cohen and his book Antichrist and a Cup of Tea, and Craig Bong as well. I had something that I wanted to say, and then I went on a tangent. I feel like I just stopped in mid-sentence an idea. Sorry about that. Anyways, for Genesis 6:4, there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in onto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old. They were men of renown, that to this day now are legends. There's not that many celestial players here. We got God, we got Satan, we got the issue that makes it look like there's thousands and thousands of other gods is that one celestial being may have one name in one culture and another name in another culture. So we have Zeus, which Paul refers to as Satan. And the Romans, their version of Zeus was called Jupiter. Okay, you go to the Sumerians, or Enlil. It might be called a variety of different names over the centuries and millennia, and by different nations, different cultures, different empires, because of different languages. So the Nephilim, right over here, it says it's a race of giants said to have dwelt in pre-Israelite Canaan. Gen 6, 1 to 2 relates that the sons of God, i.e., divine or angelic beings, took mortal wives. Verse 4 continues. It was then, and later too, that the Nephilim appeared on earth when the divine beings cohabitated with the daughters of men and bore them offspring. They were the heroes, the Gibborim in Hebrew. They were the heroes of old. Sound like Greek mythology? The Epic of Gilgamesh. Same thing. He was a giant. The men of renown, Hercules, Ring of Truth, perhaps. A demigod. This could mean that the Nephilim were contemporaneous, but not identical, with the offspring of divine beings and earthly women who were called Gibborim. The above translation, however, follows an ancient tradition equating the Nephilim, probably from the word fall, Nephal, to fall, the fallen ones. Nephilim and the Gibborim is offspring of the union of angel and mortals. Now, what I think is occurring, because we're going to get to a passage that'll pop up eventually, when they're asking Jesus, when will the end of the age come? And he says, as in the days of Noah, so will it be at the coming of the Son of Man. But if you're unaware of Genesis 6 as a Christian, and you're unaware that some pretty wacky things occurred where, interdimensional beings, crossed into this realm, we know that when angels in the Old Testament appear, as well as the New Testament, when they show up and they interact with humans, they look like humans. They're flesh. You can touch them. Yahweh himself shows up in physical form, referred to as theophanies. Okay, so they may have some celestial form when they're actually where they're supposed to be, but when they come down here and interact with us, they have physical bodies. Obviously, they have the hardware down, in their pants as well. So another very weird and interesting chimeric, and this is not, this is where I said the start was a lot of speculation, but we're going to use that to springboard from Plum Island to get to actual stuff that we know are happening, and then tie that in a nice bow with my biblical worldview, because so far all of the stuff, the stuff that my brother Bruce sees, all these lights that we can only see with infrared. What's that telling me? Those things are not probably spacecraft. We can't see with the light spectrum that they're emitting. They seem to be able to be seen through infrared. So to me, we were looking at moving light beings, and that sounds very, very much like what angels would be. And in the Bible, it does talk about angels being referred to as stars. So what do we do when we're looking at the infrared? What was Bruce doing? He was finding a star so he could ground himself there, and then often Polaris. There, I got versus chain right there, right near my Jesus nail. So obviously the star is emitting light, and we can see. And then after he's capturing these these manifestations of light, so that makes a kind of complete sense. So all that's happening, uh, cultural decline as well, but these weird things that often people are attaching with what they would say when they say aliens. They're thinking not like angels in the Bible or anything like that. Nothing spiritual. They're thinking that, you know, somewhere in the universe, um, just like evolution here, if you believe evolution, that does not explain biogenesis, does not. It says it's a theory of how life evolved once life was there. It doesn't speak about origin of life. That's the first thing. But they have, you know, evolution. They're like, there's billions and billions of stars. The universe looks like it's almost infinite. It's still you know, expanding. Obviously there must be a Goldilocks planet that is just right in all of the ways for life to pop up from a primordial soup. You know, no life creating life, which is odd. And so that they're fine with that. What I want to do is, so you can continue with they're aliens from a far off you know, planet. They're coming to visit us. You can, I know many believe it's like they seeded us. Again, there's nothing new under the sun. The fallen angels played gods and sought worship and were worshipped in the past. And the people that worshipped them thought that they were the creator. And I think that when they return, they've convinced, Satan's convinced, you know, people that God doesn't exist. So some people become completely materialistic. So what they're going to do is they're going to come, but not as divine beings. They're going to come as aliens, and then they're going to turn it around and say the humans back in history thought, because they were superstitious, they were stupid, thought that you guys were gods, but they didn't understand that you came just from a far off planet, as if they couldn't comprehend that. It's very, very clear in the Bible that we're talking about God created angels, okay, and he created humans to dwell on earth. So let's meet Lily, the amazing spider goat. Lily doesn't climb walls or wear a mask. Well, that's too bad. And she wasn't bitten by a radioactive spider. Her spider DNA is no accident. She was born with it. She is part of a herd of about 40 transgenic BELE and Saanen goats with a spider silk gene in their genome. So that was added genetically into their genetic makeup. Because of that gene, they create the protein that makes up spider dragline silk. So spider silk is extremely strong. So they genetically modified the goat so that it would produce the protein in its milk, the same protein that produces the spider webs as part of their milk. So the protein can be extracted in a lab, then used to make anything from strong, flexible, bulletproof vests to a better way to support life-saving vaccines. Of course, she may not know she's a super goat, but that doesn't stop her from saving lives. And I'm showing you this because let's just jump into Revelation. This is where the first book of Enoch, goes into deeper detail about Genesis 6. Okay, to to close the debate that these sons of gods are, they're just like humans from the evil line of Cain. And because these evil, these evil humans here uh, mated with other humans, it produced giants, because two humans don't produce giants. Okay. um, so let's continue. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. Talking about the angel taking human women as wives. And they began to go in onto them and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants whose height were 3,000 eels. Don't know how big that is. Who consumed all the acquisition of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and started to devour mankind. And they began to sin. So what, like, okay, if they're hungry and they're eating, birds and livestock and fish, reptiles, even whatever, it's weird. Like, I wouldn't consider that sinning. But so it says, and they began to sin against the birds, against the beasts, and reptiles and fish, to devour one another's flesh and to drink the blood. Then the earth laid acquisition against the lawless ones. So um, I'm thinking that what they mean about began to sin against the birds, the beasts, it has nothing to do with them just eating. It has to do with the mixing basically of species. That's what I think was happening. So humans' DNA was being corrupted. Plant DNA was being corrupted, because when the spies go into Canaan, they come back and they say they brought like cluster of grapes that was like, they were this big, each grape, they were like holding just a few grapes. So they were genetically, in my opinion, genetically modifying. Obviously they were giants. They knew how about genetics. They were there when God created everything. They were shouting for joy and applauding. So they definitely have secret knowledge. They're aware of things. And yeah, that's what I was trying to say, is you guys can believe the whole alien situation, that they're from a far off planet, but please keep in the back of your mind the interdimensional hypothesis, which is not something developed by Christians. There's among others Jacques Vallée, who was not a Christian, to my knowledge, was not religious, but he came to the interdimensional conclusion. So he supported the interdimensional theory. I want this to be in the back of your mind, that because, like I was saying, as a Christian, so far all of this stuff fits into my worldview. So I don't have to start struggling and becoming intellectually dishonest with the narration of the Bible. Say, this doesn't fit, blah, 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 blah. Aliens don't exist. They're aliens. And the word alien just means like, you don't belong there. It's something foreign. Indeed, interdimensional beings are alien, very alien to humans. So let's continue. So I just want you guys to understand that be cautious if ever aliens arrive, because I want you guys to remember that there was a crazy Christian that was saying there's nothing new under the sun. The Bible said that as in the days of Noah, so will it be at the coming of the Son of Man. What was happening in the days of Noah, beside everyone's heart becoming wicked and evil? There were there were angel human hybrids. I believe that the Greys are meat suits, basically meat suits for disembodied evil spirits. Where do evil spirits come from? Evil spirits come biblically from the Nephilim. When the Nephilim finally, when they died, they are trapped here on earth as unclean evil spirits, and they seek to torment as well as to possess and oppress, but definitely if they have their choice to possess, to enter a person's temple, just like the Holy Spirit. We're a temple for the Holy Spirit that unites with our spirit, and we become one with the Holy Spirit. We're referred to as temples. So we know that in a way the Holy Spirit is a form of a possession of God's spirit of truth and understanding, of course. But these unclean spirits can possess as well. I think that these grays are probably, initially I thought that maybe they're actually fallen angels, and fallen angels were beautiful, but now because of what they did, they had intercourse with the women. The punishment is that they lost their glory, and over the centuries they've they've lost their body. They were given these alien grays, bodies without any reproductive apparatus or equipment below. What's Bruce's the name of his alien kazoo or something? So yeah, like I've always and I've mentioned that to my brother, to be cautious that interacting with what he's seeing manifest could be nefarious, and by opening up contact, things can happen. The Bible says, do not deal with the occult. And it's saying that because that means that the occult is real. Okay, so this is from the book of Yasher. Okay, it's with a J, but it's pronounced J is pronounced like a Y. So looking at the highlighted 18 over here. And their judges and rulers went to the daughters of men and took their wives by force. So their judges and their rulers. So again, see, you have Genesis 6, gives you some information. Then after you have the first book, Enoch, completely gives you way bigger picture of what Genesis 6 is talking about. Then after you got the book of Yasher, that brings even more clarity to the situation. And I think there's the book of Jubilees that might have some information as well. So these fallen angels became judges and rulers, and they went to the daughters of men and they took their wives by force. So this was RAPE. Took their wives by force from their husbands according to their choice. So these women were married, and if they wanted that woman, they took it. And the sons of men in those days took from the cattle of the earth, the beasts of the field, and the fowls of the air, and taught the mixture of animals of one species with the other, in order therewith to provoke the Lord. And God saw the whole earth, and it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted its ways upon the earth, and all men and all animals. Like, what can animals do? Like, the animals are not sinning. Okay, we are made in the image of God, therefore we sin. Animals, they don't sin. Okay, so again, it's very clear. This book, right? Ancient book, centuries and centuries, if not millennia old. I think it was during Joshua's time. It's very clear that even back then. Now think of how not long ago we were riding horses and buggy, and we had outhouses. Okay, That's it. We didn't even have like cars and stuff, a couple of centuries ago. Now we're able to basically enter into God's coded language and just do whatever the heck we want because we think we're God. This provokes the Lord. Now, again, Jesus makes a warning. And if we are ignorant of the book of Yasher, first book of Enoch, we will not understand. But now that you do understand, we look and we see nothing new under the sun. And it's pretty crazy that they were able to be at such a high technology back then that we are now. We have a human ear grown on the back of a rat. Isn't that eerie? Again, I understand. So, some things are deformed, and growing an ear on the back of a rat, I don't think, I understand it because it's all good intentions. Like, well, people are born with a malformation, put these stem cells, put it in this plastic tube so that it can grow. And then not plastic, but this shape, and then the shape eventually dissolves and they're able to extract this ear. Like, it's very tempting for somebody who has a malformation and stuff like that. And I'm not saying necessarily that's evil, but it is definitely, as in the days of Noah, so will it be prior to, Jesus coming, meaning the end times. Also here, DNA manipulation, and it reads, and they began to sin, like I had said, against the birds, the beasts, the reptiles, the fish, and to devour one another's flesh, and to drink the blood. How do you sin against animals? I believe this is genetic manipulation and crossbreeding creatures. Also, bestiality. There is, I forget which culture, but for some reason, the sexual immorality just prior to empires and civilizations collapsing, they become decadent, and then they redefine stuff. I don't want to get into, but let's just say what's happening in our culture and this obsession to be affirmed is something that happens very often in other cultures, if you know the history of it, prior to their collapse for some reason. I do believe that when you leave the worship and praise of the one true creator, God, Yahweh of the Bible, it opens you up to influences of other spirits. Okay. And one of them is Inanna. And she's called Inanna in one language, and there's another name for her in a different culture. But in one of her writings that's attributed to this demon, basically, is that I am a man and I am a woman. That is the statement historically of like a poem that's written, and attributed to this deity. So you have to dive deep, and if you dive deep enough, you're going to be amazed that this ancient book, written by 40 authors, 66 books or 60 books by 40 some authors over centuries, is able to, from Old Testament to New Testament. The Old Testament has a lot of things that are somewhat concealed, but when the New Testament arrives, it's the Old Testament revealed. So all of the weird things, a lot of weird things that are occurring, like the sacrifice of Isaac, Abraham and Isaac's sacrifice. A lot of people criticize that. They don't realize that's an actual foreshadowing, a symbolic typology. What we call them a type of foreshadowing of Christ. The way it's written down, centuries before Jesus entered, Israel or Jerusalem to do his ministry. All right, so just this is what I've been quoting a couple of times here. Just as it was in the days of Noah, so also will it be in the days of the Son of Man. People, Son of Man is a title. Jesus referred to him as Son of Man. And it is, if you go to Daniel 9, Daniel 9's vision, this Son of Man enters the presence of the Father, God, Yahweh, the Father, the Ancient of Days, and he presents himself. And he's this Son of Man is given a kingdom and a dominion that will last forever. So Jesus referred to himself as a son of God, but he actually referred to himself as Son of Man. When he was asked if he was the Son of God, he acknowledged it. But very often, more than not, it was Son of Man that he referred to himself. He was trying to point to the Old Testament prophets, or to the scripture at that time, the prophets, what they had written. People were eating, drinking, marrying, and being given in marriage up to that day. And Noah entered the ark, then the flood came and destroyed them all. There is a great deception that occurs. Christianity, okay, you have the Holy Spirit. That Holy Spirit is a spirit of truth, of understanding, of knowledge, of wisdom. Okay, so when you have that, okay, it will open up the scriptures to you, but you'll also have an instinct of how society is going. There are many that actually think that we are progressing when all Christians that have the Holy Spirit are able to discern that we are walking towards a cliff, and we can see the unrest now that's starting, but it's always in the guise of love, of inclusivity, of equity and equality. Yeah, that's what every communist leader said to the population before they took all their guns away and controlled the food supply. And then after, you're basically, a bunch of serfs, slaves. That is what is going to, they call like people fascists, and they don't even know the difference. Like fascism is when corporations and government combine. So that's fascism. So that is occurring, okay, globally. The World Economic Forum, if you just look at all of the supporters, you have banks, you have countries. It's ridiculous, the amount of support, and the WEF is an important organization to keep your eyes on. And Noah Yuval Harari, I call him the false prophet of the World Economic Forum, is the way he talks about humans, that we in the future, commodities won't be things that we're purchasing. Bodies and minds will be the new commodities being sold. He pushes a transhumanist, a biotechno, like basically cyborging yourself to become somewhat like cyborgs. Just going to go and say hello to the chat. Still have 22 people. All right. Arch Angelus Lucifer. C'est ça. Lucifer, il n'était pas un archange. Il était en anglais, un cherubim. Je vais checker en français. Mais he's not Lucifer is not an archangel. Lucifer is a cherub. That is, maybe I can find. Il va falloir que je te le montre en français. I just want to show here biblically that, to be more precise, Lucifer it just means light bearer, was not an archangel. He was a cherub. So it says here, you were the anointed cherub who covers. I established you. You were on the holy mountain of God. You walked back and forth in the midst of the fiery stones. You were perfect in your ways from the day you were created, till iniquity was found in you. By the abundance of your trading, you became filled with violence within, and you sinned. Therefore, I cast you as a profane thing, cast out of heaven, right? Out of the mountain of God. Okay, the mountain of God is Zion. It's just a way of saying his throne. And I destroyed you, O covering cherub, from the midst of the fiery stones. Your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I will cast you to the ground. I laid you before kings, that they may gaze at you. That's his final state. So and when you talk about fiery stones, you see these things again in Revelation. So Revelation goes 400 times back to the Old Testament. So it's actually many times in the book of Revelation, it's clearly going to tell you what it is. It's going to say the stars. The stars are the messengers, are the angels of the seven churches. So we know what the star is. We don't have to guess that. And we can go to the Old Testament and we'll see that stars often are referred to as to symbolize angels. There's lampstands in Revelation. What could that be? It clearly states that the lampstands are the seven churches. You know what I mean? And then it'll go on and on and on. There's in Daniel, a scroll that cannot be opened until the end of days. And we see in Revelation the seven seals of those scrolls being broken by the Son of Man, Jesus. Okay. All right. We're just scrolling a little bit more. Like I said, I'm going to start doing a little bit more videos on Patreon. If you're, it's very, very scientific, science-based. When I make a claim about something, I'll at least cite the PubMed research, the study, this idea that animal fat is what is, and the cholesterol in animal food, our body produces cholesterol. LDL is a transporter of cholesterol. That's not even cholesterol. So they make it very, very confusing. Our cholesterol, LDL, naturally goes up, in my opinion, as we age, and mortality is improved. All-cause mortality is improved when older people have higher cholesterol, total cholesterol levels. So this idea of trying to keep your cholesterol as low as possible is just feeding, again, Pfizer and stuff like that. If you want to reach me, you can check me out at jjswartz79@gmail.com. Now I'm just going and scrolling through rapidly. Hello, Kalon. think I've seen some of these. Adios. Yeah. Zabinator joined as a member. Thank you for supporting the channel. You can see beside, let's say, Jules' name, you see the green, kind of like a circle. Those are people that are supporting the channel. I believe it's $5 per month. The platform StreamYard is about a little under $50 per month. So to have it. And there's another level, a professional level, that allows me to have more people on. So, that's basically what I'm going to be using the money for. Maybe get a video camera, maybe get better, stuff like that. Alex Fortier in the house. Go find Alex on Twitter, not Twitter, TikTok. I hope I'm right on that one. He has a video that so far has 2.2 million views and still going. Once you hit the millions, forget about it. Like, you're in front of the algorithm, and it's just going to keep on growing. I might do a video. I invited Dr. Fortier. I invited Dr. Alex Fortier. I invited Alex to come on today. Today, I wanted it to actually be the topic of what the celestial thing that he caught, and I have some theories about it. So he has issues because he doesn't have Google Chrome. So very similar to Darla Lama, she has I think Safari, and she doesn't want to change for some reason. So for some reason you can't come on. It's not compatible. Man, I wanted to cut this off at about an hour and a half. Didn't realize it took so long to get through the presentation. I hope you're enjoying it. Oh man, thanks a lot, Crazy Music Space Jam. I just finally finished the AdSense. There was roughly $500 that was raised in my brother's honor. If you're unaware, my brother Bruce Swartz, who has the channel Bruce Sees All, that films stuff on the moon, solar flares, and as well as just these light orbs with infrared. And he finds structures. He's finding all sorts of stuff on the moon. He's very unique. He had just recently got to over 100,000, so he had got his plaque as well. So the 3 videos, the English one, and then the 2 videos, the English one and the French one, that were done the next day after the passing of Bruce, there was a lot of donations that were given, and that amount, which is close to $500, is going to be donated to the funeral, as well as a shout out to Jeff Benoit Live. Find him. He's on pretty much all social media platforms. Jeff Benoit Live. He has English Jeff Benoit Live. He has a French one. He's very, very active. He's a guest sometimes on a FM or AM radio. I don't know which channel. He used my this email that I'll punch up if you wanted e-transfers to help pay for the funeral. Let me just post that up there. All right, so going down, checking. Hey, Scott. Hey man, Nick. Hope you're well, bro. That's hilarious. I work with this guy. Hey, buddy. Um, my gaming name used to be Manic Mystic. I used to call myself that. I still like for some reason any game my username is Manic Mystic. So that's funny. We got Justin. Good eye, mate. I wonder where he's from. Uh, Again, we got Darla that just put on the Patreon link. I'm gonna post an invite. We're gonna go through the comments. I have a few more things just to show you in the presentation. Then after, if you want to come up and give your opinion about genetic modifications, is it good? Is it bad? Could it be both? We got Miss McGill Cuddy, Brianna. How are you doing? We have 23 people. Got Xander says, Jason, did you see Alex Fortier's video? I believe he filmed the star of Jaga. Yeah, so like yes, I saw it. It looks like the majority of the stars. Me personally, I don't want to get into it too much because I want to make an actual video on that. I don't want to go too much off topic, but it when you look at stars, okay, and you zoom in, to me it doesn't look like a sun, the with new, like nuclear fusion, and a ball of fire, hydrogen, whatever. I don't know much about about the makeup of the sun, but I know it's just not, the whole thing, the whole point is, to me it does not look like that. It looks like almost this moving energy, this frequency. The stars often have a center, like a nucleus looking thing in the middle, and then rounds, as if you're chopping you're chopping like a tree, and you're seeing the tree rings, and stuff like that with this nucleus, and it vibrates. Now, is it just the atmosphere that's making it look, kind of like um, shaky? But it really makes me think of when you add different hertz, different frequencies, you oscillate at different frequencies, creates, whether it's water or sand, it'll create an patterns and stuff like that. And to me, it's like, especially the fact that stars are referred to at, like during creation, all the stars of heaven, the heavenly host, sang, praised and joy, and it's like, well, in a way, if these things are just energy fields at certain emitting certain harmonics or frequencies, and stuff like that, um, you know it would make sense that there is literally sound coming from them, perhaps, and as if they're singing. Who knows? Each star could be a portal for one specific angel. I don't know, I'm just throwing things out. Write in the comments what you guys think, but please put in cap locks. You can contact me with that email. Hey, LA, how are you? We have Dirt Wizard. Hey, buddy. Thanks for coming. We got Kimberly F. Obviously, these were comments that were said about 2 hours ago. I'm going to go a little bit faster for the comments. Forgive me if I miss. I'm just going to respond to the cap locks. Are you likely to start using Bruce's scope? No. The equipment obviously goes to his son. His son, I know, at one point mentioned in the live stream that I did in honor of my brother, said that he would continue. So maybe his son's going to get into it. I'm way too busy. Like, if you look at my videos, sometimes they're far in between. There's a lot of time in between the videos. Bruce did his research full time. He was supported by his community enough to be able to survive and do that, be a YouTuber full time. And so he was able, that was his job, like when he wasn't talking to you, he was constantly just capturing and trying to find what you guys love, like what you see. Who knows? I could ask his son if I can use it. I don't know. It's too early. My conviction, my heart and the fact that I truly believe that we are in the end times, that the time is near. I know Christians have been saying that since Jesus ascended, but there was a very important thing that needed to occur. There had to be the regathering of the nation of Israel. They were scattered in 70 AD and they returned in 1948. So that's when the time clock kind of has started. It says that generation, which could be about 100 years, max 120, 80, 40 the lowest, but probably 80 to 120, 100 being good. So technically, the prophecy of seeing Israel being regathered and that generation not passing away before Jesus's return. So that could be anything up to 2048. And very, very interesting that prophecies like Saint Malachi, the prophecy about the popes, the succession of popes, right to the last pope. Peter the Roman, that is Pope Francis. So if you look at the name that was given for Herboglio, whatever his real name is, he was when you become a pope, you're named after a saint. So he was named after the Saint Francis of Assisi. So when you look at Saint Francis of Assisi, his original name is actually Petros. So Borglio, I might be ruining the Pope's name, is a Roman, and he has taken on the name of the Roman version of Peter. And it says that this Pope will bring the church into tribulation. Meaning, if you look at the seven churches and the warnings, the seven churches are seven churches at the time in Revelation, but Christians have understood now that they also represent seven church ages. And the first church is the apostolic church. That doesn't exist anymore. Then after, it was prior to Constantine, that was another phase of the church where they were heavily persecuted and killed. Then there's the next church, which is when politics and the religion and the state combined, and that was not good. And then after, the next church is a church which is a perfect description of the Roman Catholic Church. The next one is perfect representation of the Protestant church. Not that good what it has to say about the Protestant church as well. There's the sixth church, the Church of Philadelphia, meaning brotherly love. That one is basically the Christian church now that go out into the world in dangerous places like Cuba and China to preach the gospel and to risk their life. So they, in a way, are persecuted and the martyred church, very similar to that second church and the first church, the apostolic. So the first four no longer exist. The only one that exists is the Catholic, the Protestant, the Philadelphia Church, and the last one is a church referred to as the Church of Laodicea. It's the bells and whistles. It's the prosperity churches. It's the churches with colorful rainbows all over. It's the earthly church. It's the church that has become worldly because it cares way more about the numbers of members in the church than the quality of the members. LA, I just want to go through this and I'll pop you up on the screen. Here you go, LA. I can't stay too long because we're already at 2 hours. I'll just go through the comments, and then I can let you think, let you share what you think about Plum Island if you saw the start, or how you feel about genetic, all this genetic manipulation and stuff that they're doing in labs, and some stuff looks like it could help people, but I want you to share your thoughts. LA also is a supporting member of the channel, which I deeply appreciate because I do mostly Christian content and she's not Christian. So she must really love me to come, and on top of it, support. So greatly appreciate it. And she actually drove a very long distance to be there at my brother's funeral. There was Jeff Benoit, there was Pat Crassar, there was Alex, there was Aliaus, there was a good 10 people, some with their spouses as well. Forgive me if I'm I'm forgetting somebody important. So yeah, going back to Alex Fortier's image, it looks like typical stars. And that's why I was explaining what I thought the harmonics and the frequencies. I don't think that stars are suns. I could be wrong. I might be making myself sound stupid, but I think that there's a difference between the stars and our sun. And what seems to be the claim, Alex is saying that is a light or a star that was not there before. And I know nothing about astronomy. He was still a follower of Bruce Seazall, so he is, that's Bruce motivated him to start taking pictures and to look at the sky, and he must have captured something, because it has over 2.2 million views the last time that we spoke this morning. I wanted him to come on, wanted him to explain. I hear people are talking about the Star of Jacob. I don't know anything about that. How are you, LA? How are you doing? Make sure you're not on mute. We also have Lynn. How are you?
Oh, hey, I muted.
We also have
TV, yes.
yep. We have Lynn. Lynn, I could say it in French. She's looking from Facebook. L'île de Plume, c'est proche de New York. Dans la présentation, c'est une île. C'est aussi très proche de Long Island. C'est très proche de New Haven. C'est aux États-Unis. C'est une île. So I was just explaining. She was like, "Where is this Plum Island?" So she was asking in French. So I was just letting her know where it was. How much did you see, LA? Did you see the start when I discussed this mysterious Plum Island research?
Yeah, I only missed the first like 5 minutes. I was there like 10 minutes on, and I actually remembered hearing that like decades ago in my youth and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it was very interesting to me because I remember hearing about that, but now I like vis-a-vis, I feel like maybe I was gullible back then. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my God, what is going on? Like I remember watching all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then now like we're coming back like 25 years later, and I'm like, I'm sitting here going like, well, now I don't know what the heck to believe, honest to God. Like anything's possible.
Yeah, I'm taking it, like I said, lots of speculation on my part, like just a YouTube research kind of thing, I do know that whatever those things that were washing up, those were real. And
So are
they
you
were,
saying like at the time you also like or maybe are you saying like at the time that happened you were younger and you didn't know, and now you're older and now you're like me, you're now catching up, that basically like, is this real or
I,
not real?
no, Plum Island, it was a video some other content maker made. And, the title was secrets or mysterious or something
Yeah,
that,
but did you know that back in the 90s when it happened?
no, this is
Okay,
like
so I
this year.
did.
I didn't know about this stuff.
Yeah, so I did, and I was just like, I was just like gullible, like, oh, like taking all this in, thinking, oh my God, the world is crazy. Like, and then it forms my brain because I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my God, I experienced this. This is what happened in like when I was in my 20s, right?
Yeah.
So it's different than this going in your brain when you're in maybe your 30s or 40s, thinking, like, in my mind,
Hmm.
20 more years have passed, right? And so
Yeah.
like more people now with technology and more
Yeah.
information and more brains, stuff like that, maybe they might look at that going, maybe they're more, I think like if my kids saw that shit, they would be like way more skeptical. They would be like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Like they would be like thinking, like, why are you so gullible? But I was gullible in the 90s thinking, oh my God, I'm consuming this. So
Yeah.
now that I see both versions, now I don't know what the heck to think.
No, and that's why I wanted to do a video, because I was like, okay, I'm definitely like, I've put 2 hours of research into this kind of thing, but I thought it was very provoking. I thought, it's just food, food for thought, but that using the Plum Island as a springboard into not conspiracy, like what are they doing in labs and stuff like that, and whether nothing really impressive happened. I mean, it seems very plausible that there were leaks, there were outbreaks and stuff like that. There's admissions about the CDC, like how incompetent in a way they are, and how many times leaks have happened. So I mean, obviously, yeah, like they were probably doing some dangerous stuff, but are they creating like the hybrids that we're seeing? Is that just a decomposed body of an animal and bloated because it was in the water? I don't know.
I think exactly like those are the same terms that come to my mind: bloated, genetic defect. All these things come scientifically, medically, in my lawfully in my mind as well.
Yeah.
Uh, the other thing that like I have a lot of other things that I followed for like a very short period between when I first followed Bruce. I
Mhm.
remember like if I had to think about it, it would have been about like 2013 to 2017, somewhere in there.
Mhm.
I was following a lot of other YouTubers, aka whistleblowers, people who were coming out with like a lot of information, and then in a period of about a year, like a very short period, I had to like decipher like who were, like, maybe we call them trolls today, I'm not exactly sure, but who were like being like fictional, who were being truthful, are they true whistleblowers, does this thing make sense, because people were talking about like deep state issues and
Mhm.
what do you call this, like advanced medical, army, deep state, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so like I feel like I got like ripped into like some sort of warp hole of investigation, I guess. Like I was like wanting to listen and learn, but I didn't know who the heck to believe. I didn't
Mhm.
know if it was true. I didn't know if it was made up. This is also a social media platform that was new for me as an older person. Like
Yeah.
how do you discern what's real and what's not, what you know, and what's not. It was a very like weird period in like in my investigation time of being pulled into social media versus if I never had social media, then well I could live in a life like, oh well I would just never know that that's a possibility and I could just like live in bliss of like being a farmer.
Yeah.
Or I could like live a life of like deep diving into like possibilities of things that are going on behind the scenes that are buried and that we have no clue about. Like it's a mind shit show, honestly. And I did go through a period of like, I feel like 10 years of going through that, but it's
Yeah.
so exhausting to believe all that stuff and so
Mhm.
exhausting to not know the truth. And so exhausting you can't do all the deep research and
Yeah.
still live a life and like raise two kids, for instance. And for me, it was exhausting, and so I literally had to like give up at some point. I was just like, oh. So then I get a reprieve, and then COVID hits. Okay, well then that's 3 years or 4 years, and then now I'm back on my feet, but now I'm older, and
Yeah.
now like I'm now I look back and I'm thinking, did we all really go through all this for like the past 20 years? Is this true?
Yeah. So, so what about, okay, for example, you saw like all this stem cell, putting like human stem cells into a pig and check it out,
Mhm.
and this idea of eventually growing organs so that humans can have transplants from pigs or whatever animal. Seems like
Yeah.
a like pigs and stuff like
Well, I
that.
saw it. Well, I think I put it in the
What's your
chat
thoughts?
before you brought it up about the ear growing on the mouse. And then also there was a young lad who was in university who was growing fake skin for skin grafts. These
Yeah.
were cutting edge. But part of me, then part of my brain also knows that uh, everything is kind of like 50 years behind of what we're being told at the time. So I was just like, I kind of go through this yin yang, wondering like we're like being filtered about these things, and there's so many. So I went through a couple of blood tests. Well, a few
Hmm.
blood tests this morning, for instance, Jason.
Hmm.
I private messaged you about that. I'll leave
Oh,
that alone.
I didn't check yet.
Yeah, just leave that. But for instance, I was on another chat with some very brilliant people earlier this afternoon, and some of them were talking about, we already know physically the liver is kind of like the chameleon, it can regenerate.
Yeah.
It can, but you can't regenerate the scarred parts, but you can regenerate a liver. But also, some people
Mhm.
were also telling me one more level of they can grow, like they can regrow it. They like the ear on the mouse. They can regrow a liver. They can take
Yeah.
stem cell technology. All these technologies are really like, we've heard about them on the surface very little, but I think there's so much more that we don't know.
Hmm.
There's so much more that we don't know. Even as two people also told me, you know, about the what do you call this? The uh, um, what do you call that? When you oh, what's the word? I like, I want to say like a Lego. You regenerate, like you build it in a Lego. You like the machine.
Hmm.
Give me that word, Jason. What's that word? It's a Jason. It's a, sorry. It's
Like
a
you're the RNA that makes copies to build stuff. You're talking, or
like a fake printer. The printer technology. But
yeah.
some people are saying that printer technology can also apply to biology,
Oh yeah, yeah. Like 3D printer.
but with biology, not just
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. Yeah, like
plastics
it's
and
not
stuff
doing
like
it with
that.
plastic or something.
But
Yeah,
with
I've
biology, so
heard of
like
that.
then like that's on the radar. So like
Yeah.
it's such a weird time to live in a possibility. I always feel like I've lived in the possibility between fiction and reality since I was a
Hmm.
kid. Like all these fictions and realities, the possibilities, and then you hear 50 years later like it exists and stuff like that. So
Yeah. I just want to show you. See, it's like I'm on the fence. It's like it's a dangerous. It's just that I know that you look at pharmaceutical, how corrupt it's become. It's working against us. So I'm always looking at the potential of like, man, like you can make like these fish that glow. You just added a gene in there. Okay, let's make humans glow. Like I just feel like it's going to go out of control. If you look at just here, I had a few slides left. These are super muscly pigs. So if they're able,
Ew.
just by tweaking a small tweak, I think they removed something. So
I
it's
think
like,
they have cows like that too that are like super
exactly,
cows.
more
Yeah.
meat, so they're lean and they're
Yeah.
super muscular. It's like, hey, like, why don't we just tweak humans? Like, it's like, we'll just have them super soldiers. And here it
Yeah.
says
Yeah.
these double muscled pigs are made by editing a single gene. Creators hope that the breed could be among the first genetically engineered animals to be approved for human consumption. We already know that the messenger RNA Vs, if you want to call it that, are being done on animals that are part of our food supply. So, what are we ingesting there? And then you have this kind of stuff. And if you can think of it, then believe me, if they can do it, they'll do it. Here is 2006 Chinese report, which characterized CRISPR-Cas technology as one of the three primary technologies that might boost troops' combat effectiveness. So super soldiers.
Well,
And
let's just say China's pretty scary, as
yeah,
it
so
is on a good day.
yeah,
So,
no, guaranteed. Like whatever we're finding out about the United States, which is scary. There's way more stuff that they're doing, and China even more shady things, in my opinion,
yeah.
uh, are occurring. Um,
Yeah,
so
I remember all that in the day, and anyways, and then even when you just look at archaeology all over the world, so not only to single out China, but like China, the underground, all
yeah,
those like statues under the caves, or you know, Gobli Tepe, just like all over the world.
yeah,
Like anyway, pick a freaking world. Like it feels like honestly Canada and Canada and the United States. Maybe we have the least history because we don't really find too much here. Except for devious money, Las Vegas bullshit.
mhm,
But you look all over the world, and there's so much history and things to like make us question
yeah.
reality and stuff like that. I don't know. I feel it, but
Right.
at the same time, we have young kids, and they're like they don't really buy into it, maybe, or I don't know. They just
But
don't.
the not knowing, like you were saying, like, is that exhausting? Because me, I don't find it exhausting. I just kind of like, like, it's curious. Like, I like it. Like,
I
it's kind of
never used to. Yeah, I was like you, but then again, I think you're younger than me, so maybe you've still got the energy. Maybe I've just lost my energy, but like or distraction or whatever. Or it's almost like a sense of giving up, honestly, because it's just like I've lived an entire lifetime wondering about all this, and
Mhm.
I think what's happening is it's kind of like a giving up nature of like, well, I've lived decades of all this shit and nobody else gives a shit. Everybody's like doing this stuff and nobody cares, and wars are going on, and it's like,
Yeah,
well, what's the whole point if nobody cares about the same things I do,
yeah,
I think that's what's going on. It's kind of like a giving up. Uh, I'm not here to carry the torch anymore. Where with
yeah,
you, because you have this channel and you keep doing your deep investigations and talking about it, you have been carrying this torch, and I have a lot of respect for that because I don't have that energy anymore, honestly.
Well, you can see sometimes there's like a good amount of time uh, between, like between my streams, which I'm gonna try and start doing. I wanted this to only last an hour and a half, and I was still like 2 hours. I hadn't even gotten through it. I was like, oh my god. Um, the
Yeah, but you have so much energy for it, and you do your research, and you're speaking about it for all these hours. You're showing us who you are and like how invested you are in this. And the more invested you are in this, I think the more our family here that follows you. We're coming over from Bruce's channel too. That's how I found you, right? Was your brother?
Well,
So
that's why I like I try and like I want to continue the daily breads. That's 100%. It's good for me.
yeah,
But I do like to just do interest topics and stuff like that. So
yeah.
to be honest, like I almost feel like the subscribers, like I was just under 1,000 and now I'm like almost 1,600, and I almost feel guilty. Like I feel uncomfortable
No,
because I'm
don't.
like, these people are here for Bruce, and like I hope
But
they like
your brother brought them to you for a reason. And you know what? People will make their own decisions, Jason. They're basically going to check you out, or they're going to stay, or they're going to go. So honestly,
yeah,
like if you keep growing from here on in, like you promised me from here to December, you cannot feel that way anymore, because from here to December, if you keep growing, people have made their decision about whether they're going to stay with you and they're
yeah,
interested, or whether they're going to go. Like, come
yeah,
on, if you keep growing, which I think you will, um, I think that's going to be a testament to your content, your fortitude, your commitment, and all that stuff. And like what you're teaching people like me who are struggling
mhm.
to find
Searching, yeah,
a belief that you have that I may not have, but I
hmm,
am struggling with it, but I'm not opposed to it, but I'm struggling with it.
yeah,
That's a long story because I'm also in law and true crime and all that shit. So
yeah,
like it's really hard to believe in a God. And anyways, we already talked about this. God and
yeah,
a Bible. There's good and bad, there's both, and both exist at once. But how does one choose? Like I choose to believe in good, don't get me wrong. I don't want to be misunderstood. I
yeah.
do believe in light, love, angels, God, stuff like that. What I'm
Golden
struggling
rule.
more with is creation, I think.
Hmm.
Creation content, where we come from,
Yeah.
AI, simulation, world, I
Like
really
I
struggle
like
with
the simulation or the matrix theory, but it's kind of just pushes the question like who's the maker of the simulation?
and
It's
then
like,
and then you have to go above and above and above and like
yeah,
who. So I more struggle with that in my
yeah, it's
mind
like
more
a
than like I believe in like God, Jesus, good, principles, theory,
golden rule, like kind of thing. Everybody,
exactly. Well, you know me exactly. That's what I say. I believe in all that. I do. That's how people probably exist on the 100. You have 100% of people on the planet, and there's like percentages here of like you have to have more good than bad. If it goes like this, then it's gonna like tip over and just fall apart. So of course, the mathematical sense it makes sense, but
mhm.
so I that's not my struggle. My struggle is more about creator and questioning why the hell I'm here and
Yeah,
we're here and should we keep perpetuating Darwinism and like procreation and stuff like that. I
yeah.
have a really hard time with that. I have two kids, man. I'm telling them not to have children. It's really hard. And like, do you really want to bring them in to this shit show
Yeah,
of
no, I get that because you, you don't need to know Bible end time prophecy. There's a gut feeling, I think, an instinctual feeling. To some are completely deceived. They think this is great. We're advancing wonderfully. Others, spirit, put away those, forget the spiritual for a second. we're going down a path that's not good. And you know, it's like they're becoming more and more bold, like the World Economic Forum, what they're saying about, you know, like the population. They're calling us now, like, because of AI and robotics that they want to implement. It's like all these jobs, like they don't want us doing those jobs. It's way more efficient, and it's true. So
what is the far future? Like, where are we headed?
depopulation.
What is the plan? And more importantly, what I really don't like is, who are the planners? Why are they the planners?
Yeah.
And why is the majority not effective against the minority? So if you have like 5 people for 10 people in power over the global unit, right? But you have billions of people under them. Why is the system not working about the voting these people in power with few choices and few, you know, it just makes no sense. It makes no common sense to me. And then I'm like, well, then why am I like, what's, then I get like, I don't know, self-destructive, or I'm nihilistic in my mind or whatever, because I'm like, I'm one person. How the hell am I going to change the fucking world when it doesn't make sense to me? Sorry for swearing.
No,
but
okay.
like, that's where I get to in my mind. I'm like, that's why I get so frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, looking into Albert Pike, his literature, um, it's more known, like Freemasonry. There's more stuff that was secret before that's gotten out in literature that we have access to and stuff like that. But I can prove that it's straight out. They're not atheists. They are Luciferians. So they believe in Lucifer. They think that Lucifer is correct. So they're they're religious. They're not atheists and stuff like that. So they want to destroy the world religions. They want to destroy atheism, and they think that once that's done, that the Luciferian doctrine will appear and be accepted. This was a letter Albert Pike wrote to Mazzini, predicting the first 3 world wars. If you look at the description of World War III, okay, and you know, it's like a century ago. It is exactly what is occurring currently in the Middle East, while you have, you know, Black Lives Matter burning down Seattle, all of these Antifas, who's paying these people, where like, you know, like all of this, the nihilists, the revolutionaries. This is what Albert Pike predicted about World War III, and it wasn't prophetic. It's because they have a plan for world domination of a few bloodlines. They want only a certain amount of humans that will be useful to them, and that's about 500 million, well below a billion. Okay.
So I wonder what that useful to them looks like. Like, what would be, how are they defining this useful to them? Is it somebody that looks like me, Jason, who is like, I believe in good and golden rule and Jesus teachings and stuff like that. I'm not religious. Or is it more like you, who is like so much more faithful than me? Is like, are we so different? I don't know.
That's complete. Like, they want to eradicate that. These are, you might have heard, like these families, like the Rockefellers, you know, DuPont, Kellogg. Like, you look, it's kind of like, if you look at all of the different companies are owned by only like 4 huge organizations, and if you look go really deep, there's these bloodlines that have been in a way loyal to each other, and they keep on trying to implement what they call a new world order. Now Klaus Schwab is calling it the Great Reset. Call it whatever you want. The Bible calls it like
the top leaders who control everything.
The Christians, it's a beast system, and it's talking that this system, this empire, is a global empire, and it will be a one world ruler. There will be 10 kings under them, and basically they want to depopulate. And I have evidence about spermicidal corn. I've popped that up on PubMed, where if they prevent us from homesteading, if they squash all of the family generational owned farms and buy up the property and just screw them with bureaucracy, okay? We will end up with a one world food supply organization, okay? They'll be able to put, because most of the stuff in the middle section of your groceries is made somewhat with corn, whether it's corn syrup, where it's
No, I
and
don't talk to
they
me about
can,
that. I have a lot of food disorders.
yeah,
Just
so
thinking
they
about
can
what the
put,
hell is healthy these days. Honestly, it's really hard to find.
they can put medicinal eggs into the food supply and slowly reduce the population by causing increased sterility and problems. Plus, you make
But then here we find ourselves in the world having to go to a grocery store, having to do the best we can with the money we have.
yeah,
And then I like personally, I'm over zealous with thinking about organic and food and insulin resistance and like all these food things. Even though I'm going through my own shit, but then I have to like put all of this into my 23 and 25-year-old kids' brains who are just looking like, Mom, we just want like we just want to go to the grocery store and fucking eat. Like, what's the problem? Like,
yeah.
so it's like it's so hard and responsibility to have this in your psyche to like try to even raise your own children who may think you're fucking nuts.
Well, that's why the only way to be not poisoning yourself, in my opinion, is are you muted? Just give me a sec.
Not me.
Okay, all right. No, because I was looking on my phone and there's no sound, but
No, it's okay. No, it wasn't
here,
me. It was you.
So this is depopulation corn, okay, the forgotten element in GMO debate. Now, it's all here news. What spermicide users should know, blah blah blah. But let's go to PubMed just to prove that it's not just an article piece.
Yeah, I was gonna say like but then how do we decipher like again misinformation and fake news and all that stuff? Like it gets overwhelming, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that I guess that's why people shut down. They're just like, well, most people don't have the same energy, at least that I have put into all this stuff, because eventually it gets so convoluted that it's just so hard to trust. Honestly, like we don't know.
Yeah, look at this one too. So, what's in your food, right? There's corn and often there's eggs, let's say. So, here the incredible medical aid. It's genetically modified chickens that produce medicines in their eggs. It may be the drug factories of the future. So, look, I have a one world government eventually now. We have 10 districts, global districts. We're ruled over by 10 people with one higher up global leader, which I'm convinced is King Charles. I know he's old, but very convinced by that. And now it's full surveillance, social credit scores, all of this stuff. And now you're eating stuff with eggs that literally could be producing medicines inside, like psychiatric medicines, maybe. Then you got your spermicidal corn. It's like this is extremely freaky. And the depopulation, this can be one way of doing it. But I think it's going, if you look at how the book of Revelation and in the Old Testament, the end of days and stuff like that, it's hell on earth. It is mass slaughter. Like, this beast system turns. It turns even on 3 of the 10 kings. And it says that, based on the Christianity, that if Christ hadn't come at that end time, there'd be actually no more flesh left. Now, it's talking about death from wars. It's talking about death from the famines, it's death. But I'm starting to think that these are famines that are purposely created because they have control of our food supply. They want to reduce. They're telling farmers, you have to reduce your fertilizer by 40% by 2030 or something.
Well,
It's
that's
like,
not a bad thing because like all the soils are being compromised. So like the
agree.
fertilizers are like decimating the soil. So maybe that's not a bad
That's
thing.
because the majority refuse to use the damn manure. So you have, let's say, the
Right.
cattle to eat the beef, and instead of having a cycle that kind of mimics a lot more the natural cycle of the buffalo and stuff that used to, it's like you
Yeah,
have the
exactly. The natural
ruminant
cycle.
animals,
Yeah.
you let them eat the grass, you don't have to plant anything, you collect the rain water, their poop and their pee is what literally rebuilds the soil,
Yeah.
and that manure, okay, will be just left there, okay.
Yeah.
Then after you switch, now those cows go for a year or two on that land, and then you plant the crops on the other one, and that and not a global system, but a government, like a national system of implementing that in the states or in the provinces and stuff like that would literally rebuild the soil. We would, because currently we're adding basically petroleum based fertilizers. They're not real fertilizers.
No,
The
petroleum is not a good fertilizer. I would not agree with that.
no, that's I learned a
It's
lot
very
about.
unhealthy. It's very unhealthy. But
Yeah,
like, I don't even understand. So here's a question. So my son went into chemistry, like out of college, and so
yeah,
maybe I'll have. He's doing soil samples. Maybe I'll have to
okay.
talk. He's coming over for Thanksgiving next weekend, right? So I'm going to
Yeah,
ask him now that he's been there for a few months or whatever. But that's interesting. So he's doing soil samples and he's learning a little bit more about what he's doing. Uh, and I'm a mom. I'm just like, he knows who I am since more longer than he's been working at this job.
yeah.
So I always have these questions. He knows I'm going to ask him these questions. So I'm like, well, what are you learning about these soil samples? So it's
Uh-huh.
very interesting that you brought that up because that's not natural farming. Um, well, anyways, I have a lot of questions for you. I'm glad you brought that up. I have a lot of questions for him when he comes over to see what
Yeah,
he's learning about because the youth are not taking up the practices of the old school farming and like
yeah.
what sustained us for all these years with nutrition. And I already knew maybe 5 years ago when farmers started talking about over farming and the soils being basically nutritionless. They're
Hmm.
not they're not able to sustain what the hell we're growing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's like people need to start thinking long term about sustenance of the planet. You know.
It's worth looking at the Georgia Guidestone. They got
I
actually,
know that too. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, that's where
Yeah.
and it is very, it's pretty much the World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
This is just what the globalists want. Like it's a
So it's
very
interesting you brought up the
small.
Georgia Guidestones because I knew that maybe like 20 years ago when I first heard about that. So I was in my 20s or 30s when I first heard
Yeah.
about that. And when I first heard about that, I thought to myself, how the hell does somebody think and predict and put it on a monument enough to like make a statement? And so anyways, fast forward a couple of decades, my father-in-law passed away.
Mhm.
And I had already divorced my husband at the time, but my kids were like 10 and 12, I think, during that time. And that
Okay.
would have been their first. That would have been their first funeral to go to their grandfather's funeral with my
Yeah.
ex. Of course, I didn't go because I was an ex. But my kids came back to me because it was a 50-50 custody. So they came back to my
Yeah.
house and they're like, Mom, it was so weird. There was these people who came in costumes and they started chanting at Grandpa's funeral and they were making this chant. And my father-in-law was a Mason.
Mhm. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
So okay, so three things that stand out is before this happened at the funeral, I already
Mhm.
knew and saw they had many feet of scrolls for their family lineage.
Okay.
right from, so they're connected to the two Adams presidents of the United States. And they are also connected to the founder of the Loyalists
Okay.
in Canada, in like the Kingston, York, like between you and me, like Kingston, Quebec area. And
Yeah.
there's already like a monument, which we have a picture of, a monument that proves that David Levitt is connected to these loyalists. So in my mind, like these are my in-laws. So this is not my direct family, right? I married into that family and divorced. So it tells me like there's a connection to these loyalists, founder, like two Adams presidents,
Yeah.
David Levitt, the loyalist, and then my ex father-in-law's funeral with the Masons,
Mhm.
where my kids told me, like I wasn't there, they told me
Yeah.
this is what happened, and I was like, what the hell? And my father-in-law always had the ring on his wedding finger. It wasn't a wedding ring; it was a Mason ring. So I don't
Mhm.
know much about like what his level was or
Yeah.
what that
But
meant.
you need to get a certain level before they reveal that the great architect that they're speaking about is Lucifer. I'm pretty convinced because there is a video of a Christian that is in front of one of the Freemason buildings, and the guy's coming in, and he stops him, and he asks him. The guy's like talking about Lucifer, and oh yeah, he's he's the most beautiful, and blah 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 blah. And then after he was also saying he was a Christian, so obviously he'd never read anything in the Bible, probably, and he was kind of like shocked and stuff like that. Uh,
Yeah,
I know they do good community services. The majority
yeah.
of people, it's a gentleman's club maybe kind of thing. Like I don't think
That's
the
what I
people are there.
always
I'm going to
believed
go
it
worship
was.
Lucifer. You're like, it's really just the high up, a certain level. I think. I just want to say hi to Anne. Anne was talking about harmonics as so the for moving these large megalithic stones and stuff like that. That they had technology that was able
Yeah.
to use harmonics, and I've heard that, and that's kind of what I was getting at. Also, when I was thinking about like. The technology of frequencies and stuff like
Yes.
that are able to like levitate. There's also I,
So
I I am
yeah, so
convinced.
back in the day when I met Bruce, actually, like 8 years ago or whatever, how long it was, back in those days, those were the days when I was connected with David Sereda and
Okay.
John Lear, and David Sereda in particular. We were talking about the harmonics, and that's when I was investigating. I think it was University of Toronto. Hutchinson was the one who had a video on YouTube who was showing harmonics, was like a
Mhm.
bowling ball, with the sound vibrations moving up without sound. And well, it was sound, it was frequency, but like
Yeah.
it was able to move a heavy object. And that was back in my 20s and 30s. I was learning all that shit. But again, like what happens is you, anyways, I can only speak for myself, but I was
No,
like learning all this stuff. I was very fascinated all through my 20s and 30s about this. But what happens is it seems like everybody's kind of like, or everything suppresses it because they call you crazy. Like
mhm.
and his, apparently his apartment was raided, everything was taken out, kind of like Nikola Tesla, everything
Yeah.
disappears all of a sudden. And
Yeah.
then all of a sudden everybody just thinks, well, conspiracy theories, and everybody thinks, well, if that could happen to the smartest of the smartest, then who the hell are us little minions,
Yeah. I
who
just
have
want to
no.
say hi to a couple of people that are perhaps new-ish.
Yeah.
If I'm popping up, like while I was listening to you, I have been going through um, the chats,
The
guys. So
chats.
yeah, Count Derpila, thanks, buddy, for showing up. Jules from Southern Oregon. There was a new person. Um, some thanks. We got Robert that's here. Thank you. Um, maybe I'll have to scroll up high. I do want to acknowledge the person because it's the first time I see the name. Jackie
It was
McDonald.
really good to see Jackie again. She hasn't been here in a while, and I remember her, and we had
Yeah,
a little earlier chat too.
that's cool.
Yeah.
I, there's Colin, Kalon. There's a colon, but there was one something about reason. Let me just scroll up much higher. Sorry about this. Oh, this
No,
one.
no, don't be sorry.
Organic reactions.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've met that person, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. And let me scroll down, down, down. And we'll end this in 10 minutes exactly at 3 hours. We'll do it
That's okay. Yeah, no, I'm good.
even 3 hours. Trying to look for new people. Yeah, Kai was saying that he's kind of mad at God, for Bruce dying. Um, that's why the Book of Job, which I think the Book of Job is not historical. There's various different types of literature in the Bible. Some is to be taken literally. Some, the Song of Song, is to be taken poetically and symbolically. And this idea that Job is a guy who's righteous. He's a good man following the Lord, and God is in the assembly, and the devil speaks to him and says, no, God says to the devil, look at what a good servant he is, what a good follower he is. And the devil says, well, if you've blessed him with everything. You've blessed him with, he was rich, basically, farm, like children, and prosperous. He goes, take it away, take all that away, and he'll curse you, as if he'll send you packing, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And what happens is the devil, he's not allowed to kill him. And I think it's hyperbole. I think it's exaggeration. Like all his children die. His house falls down. He loses everything. He develops boils, and and the majority of the Book of Job, he's kind of questioning God. He's not cursing God, but he's like this, and then God's in a dialogue with him. His friends totally throw him under the bus, and it's like the whole point of Job at the end is to highlight, do not curse God when he takes things away from you. He's given and he also takes. And
Yeah.
So it's a very simple thing.
Trying to give people like some perspective of don't judge, almost. Like, don't judge before you have time to slow down and think for yourself, honestly. At least that's the way I feel.
Yeah. Like, I mean, Kai can express his grief, as how he wants. I was just mentioning that to Kai because he's Christian, so I'm just trying to remind him, don't be angry at the Creator. You can speak to him and you can mourn. You could speak to him how sad you are about Bruce. You can speak to God and hope that he blesses Bruce in his journey. All that stuff is good, but
it kind of goes back a little bit to what I was saying earlier. It's like, I'm not mad at Christianity and like being good and Jesus teaching and like the whole thoughts and the golden rule, but the Creator is my question. Kai feels a little bit like that to me. He's like, he's mad at the Creator. The problem here is, I would suggest to Kai, is that's the whole question, is we don't know what the Creator is doing. So if the Creator is kind of like a video game or an AI or like stuff I wanted to touch on another time with you.
Yeah, we can do that.
Like, let's suggest it's like an AI or a creator of like watching us like a puppet show, and they're looking for reactions. Then Kai, you like basically bought into that reaction, and you're just painting another picture of what humans are capable of.
Yeah.
When they're trying to whatever AI, like sometimes I picture this in my brain that it's like, are they just trying to figure out, like, throw everything at them and see how they react, kind of like an AI game, and see like what, like a Sims show or something, and see what happens? That sometimes that's what goes on in my brain, is like, Is that what this is? Like they're just throwing everything shit show life can throw at you, whether it's grief or happiness or highs, lows,
Yeah.
drugs, everything that you could possibly, like every computation that could possibly make sense. And
Mhm.
it's basically just a shit show of like, let's just watch what these people do. Anyways, I don't mean it literally, but
No,
I
well,
think
that's why like in Genesis, the
about,
concept about this tree of the knowledge of good and evil and stuff like that, like
yes.
don't touch it because God knows what's good and evil,
But then
and
you're gonna touch it, and then
but
let's see what happens.
so so
Yeah.
so what the story is trying to say is literally,
Yes, I think you're
they
right.
took, let's say they ate of this, it just means that now they entered a different realm
Yeah.
that has good and evil
Yeah.
and death and all of this stuff so that
Like all
we
the possibilities
right
are
but
open.
but like you said, like um he can use what is bad to make something good. For example,
True.
how can I be compassionate if there's no suffering? I
Yeah.
spiritually can't express
Yeah.
compassion in paradise
Unless
because
you know.
fearlessness, courage, empathy, long suffering, forbearance,
Yeah.
forgiveness, all of those things.
Have to be
Yeah.
experienced.
So God uses even darkness and evil and Satan for his purpose. Like you can't
Test.
screw him. And because he, in a way, is the simulation maker,
Yeah.
he knows the movie from the start right to the end of the credits. So that's why he's
Yeah.
able to go in and say, I know the movie. So I'm gonna
Puppet,
help
puppet, puppet. Let's
people.
test it all. Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna help
It's
people.
almost like testing you. What are you made of? What are you gonna choose?
Right.
Some people
And
are choosing friggin' killing people,
right. And
literally, instead
he
of
wants,
divorce. Or
yeah,
some
and
people are
he
like,
wants to enter the
yeah,
simulation as well with an avatar. So
yeah.
in the Old Testament, he shows up physically, and they say, "I saw God face to face," and they're like, "What do you mean?" Like, yeah, he was like a dude. He looked like a man, and they call him Yahweh. So it is a good analogy, but it's not artificial intelligence. It's actually God is intelligence itself. In fact, the word
But that's hard
logos,
to understand and wrap your brain around. But
right?
I
But
see what you're saying, but
that's
it's a
it.
struggle. Yeah.
That's even in Greek. They actually call it logos. We call it the word in Aramaic, the memra. That's a living being, person, has personhood, and the logos. That's where you get logic, logistics. It's intelligence and stuff like that. That's why it if you look at the DNA and like 6.5 billion letters,
Science.
writing a
Science.
book, and
Yeah.
you're like, that is somebody that is intelligent. That guy wrote an instruction manual. So it's like,
Well,
that
then I get a little crazy there. It's like, who
yeah,
wrote the instruction manual?
right. No, well, and then Christians say is, yeah, the I am that I am, the what, and Yahweh, what it actually means is the pre-existent one, the self-existent one, because, or you can have an infinite regress, as if like it's a simulation. Okay, who made the simulation? And then you go back. Oh, it's aliens. Aliens seeded us.
No,
Okay,
but
and
even aliens have a god. Like even they have
infinite
a creator.
regress.
So I always
Yeah,
since my 20s, I've always went beyond that in my own mind
yeah,
because I already went past. Like I'm not gonna go, oh, I'm on Earth. Who made it? Us? It's the aliens. No, no, I went past that. Who created them? The creator is a creator of life and intelligence, and I
yeah.
want to know beyond that. I want to know who created us in order to be intelligent and thinkers. But like,
And
I don't have the answers, but it drives me crazy.
right, and that's the thing with Judeo Christianity is that this is the Bible is talking about a God that is aware of what happened, knew what would happen. He's dealing with it. He dealt with it on the cross, and he wants to bring us back to
I don't
paradise.
know. See, part of that makes me just think that's humanity writing their version of their understanding. You have to understand their
100%.
understanding at that limited time,
Right.
right?
So you start with the philosophical question that uses science. Not religion, science, because at one point science thought the universe was eternal and matter was eternal, like it always existed. Then so far they come up with the Big Bang. Okay.
Yeah,
So
which doesn't do it for me,
so
but go ahead.
exactly. So at the Big Bang, okay, they're saying that time, space, and matter,
Was
okay,
created.
and energy actually came into existence.
Was
Okay.
created. Yeah,
Right.
I
Now,
don't subscribe 100.
right. Now, Richard Dawkins, okay, supposed, a biologist, he's like, a famous atheist and stuff like that. And he's quite comfortable. And I think it's ludicrous to say, no, nothing created everything.
Yeah,
And
he's not thinking
so
beyond.
philosophically, like if you're like doing philosophy, you're going to be like, that is a logical fallacy.
I agree.
Because, and if you use science, science is we observe in our environment and we can make extrapolations from that. We
Right,
see
and you
that,
can't observe that because we weren't there in order to
right. They
extrapolate,
used to think,
make a
yeah,
conclusion.
they
Exactly.
used to think in a spontaneous generation, like, look, you have a dead carcass, maggots come from the carcass. Like, no, it was actually flies, there's no
Yeah, yeah.
spontaneous generation. But if time, space, and matter came into existence, and that's what science is saying, then whatever that cause is,
Mhm.
okay, whatever that pre-existed that time, space, and matter coming into existence, if time at one point didn't exist, then that thing is timeless. That source, that
And
cause.
so this is why I've heard over and over again,
Right.
time doesn't exist.
Right. And we know that as we approach the speed of light, time slows down. So it's
Well,
very hard for us
we think we know, but yeah.
to comprehend, but we often think eternity is you go from the present moment infinitely in the past, infinitely in the future. I don't think so. I think the eternity is actually something that's outside of our realm. It just means because if we become perfected, then there's no more need for change, because we have become perfected in the presence of God. We enter eternity, the eternal state, and our mind, I'm very comfortable to say, we can't really comprehend that. But the other
I
thing
also
is,
I think you're right in the sense when you say like time doesn't exist or whatever.
that's
Like
what
we're
science
thinking
is saying, the
I think
fabric of
I
time.
think in the
But
sense that might even have to do with like in today's questions right now with what we're dealing with the UAPs and stuff like that.
yeah,
And with Bruce's research,
yeah,
honestly, to be like to bring that back in, like honestly, part of me is thinking like if time doesn't exist and we don't have an understanding of it and we don't know who our creator are, and then we're seeing these
well,
things in infrared,
yeah,
non-infrared, and we're seeing these things, I think it has more to do with like interdimension and stuff. I do think, but
that's why,
I don't know exactly what it is. I think it more purports to be that because
yes,
I think it more has to do with things we don't understand. We think we do, and we just think that, oh, these things are flying from like the
yeah,
universe the way we think we know it. No, I think we're so fucking stupid. We don't actually know it. I think
no,
it is interdimensional, and I think we
I,
don't know
I'm
it.
in
I think we're
complete
going to
agreement.
go 100 million more years of trying
Yeah.
to get there.
And then you can go to the next thing and you can say, well, science is saying like all the elements, all the matter, on the periodic table and everything, matter, all science, all those different matters, they appear too. So whatever was the cause of material, of matter, has
Of
to be
matter.
immaterial.
Yep.
Then
With
you go
you.
to the next one, this almost infinite vastness, and we see that the laws of physics permeate that space. So we know that whatever is able to create this almost infinite amount of space that's ever expanding
Unfathomable. Yeah, yeah.
is like omniscient. It shows that it is non-spatial. so when we get to the philosophical, either something created or nothing created all this, and we say if time, space, and matter, then it sounds like a god. So that's why the first thing you have to
Right.
settle in your mind is, philosophically, do I believe that it makes way more sense that there is some kind of cause that is immaterial, timeless, and non-spatial in a way, and omniscient, uh, or nothing created? And if you accept that it's more likely that something created it, then you believe in a God. It is not the God of the Bible. Now that if you believe that philosophical
What would you say if you like a god? Like,
you
okay,
don't
so
need
I guess the
God.
question would be like, how much, how much presence or thought do you put into a god? What if you thought, what if it was a joke at the end of the day that the god was a simulator friggin' teenager playing a Sims, and that's what, like, I'm not saying
Yeah,
that's what it is, but
no,
like I'm just saying, like, as a
yeah,
joke, what if it was that? And then we're
it's not
all
a
like
joke. It's a
believing in the
philosophical
Bible
question.
and the God and the Quran, and we're all like wasting our time. Like, why are we so focused on that instead of, like, what I always say, just live your life as the golden rule, god damn it, and stop fighting over religion and territory and be a good person.
There, I think that there are people, different personalities, maybe different temperaments, but it seems like at one point there's a spiritual desire. Some people are not interested at all. So the whole variety, but for me, it is a inner hunger that's not my choice. It's an interest and a desire that when I'm doing the talking about God, when I'm studying, when I do the Bible, it literally it's like fills that desire, and I receive joy from it, and that joy that I receive just from reading a book is a miracle from a guy that needed alcohol, drugs in his 20s, that needed to play
That's human.
video games.
That's our own
Yeah.
human problems. That's not necessarily, that should never necessarily be tied to a God problem.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you ask that philosophical question, that something created or nothing created, and then when you look at the science about the time, space, and matter, then you say to yourself, then if that the cause had to create that, then it can't be the matter, it can't be the time. So don't call it God, call it guiding operating designer. Okay, God. It doesn't matter. Like, don't think of God like religious. God is just a concept of the the first cause, and so
Okay, what do you mean by the first?
wait,
Okay.
uh, if science is telling me space at one point didn't exist, then whatever caused it is not nothing in my book. It is something, and if it created time, it has to be timeless. And I just go through the time, space, and matter, and I use science as telling me that at one point it didn't exist, and then science saying that it's a Big Bang happened, and nothing created everything. And I said, I don't think
Yeah,
nothing.
the problem I get into then, and I break it down, I'm like, but then who's telling me this? Who's saying this?
I think
Who tells me what I need to believe? And then I get
that's
into
it. There's the question that very often arise in debates with Christians and atheists is, well, if you are just stardust and just a bunch of neurotransmitters popping and fizzing in your brain, and there's no lawgiver, then how can you even trust your own mind? Now, the Christian can trust the mind because they believe that God is a mind. There's intelligence, there's consciousness, there's conscience. That all of these faculties of rationality, logic, contemplating eternity, and things like that. These are things that
we always will. We always will, I think.
Right, but cows likely don't, so like,
Right.
yes, we have
Okay.
bodies, animal
That's why we
bodies.
have a bigger brain.
Wait,
I
we
don't
have
know.
animals? Yeah.
I don't know. I have to ask an elephant one day because they seem to be quite
There's
intelligent
some,
and
there's very intelligent animals. And
empathetic.
to a certain extent, they can show
I wonder
compassion
if they like
and stuff
live
like
their
that.
day every day thinking like, I wonder,
What I
like,
want
we
to
wouldn't
get,
know.
what I
I
want to
wonder,
know,
I wouldn't doubt if every day they have empathy, they show thought, they show family, they show all the things humans do. And I do honestly have to wonder, do they, in their brain, we wouldn't know. Like, I go to sleep or don't sleep at night, I have these questions. Maybe
yeah.
they're doing the same god darn thing. They're thinking, like, what the hell am I doing here?
But so like, that's what I'm asking. So are you on the same page with me about the philosophical, either nothing created everything or something? Because if you're on the something side, then
I've always told you, I think I've always been pretty honest with you.
like
Like,
you're
I
on the
just always
something.
say I don't know. I like to always, I say two things. I believe in being just a human being who lives every day, who does good things and treats people the way I want to be treated. I've always told you that.
Mhm.
Secondly, when I think about the God and religion questions, I have so many fucking questions. I think it's human derived, human written, human
It is human written.
what do you call this? Pushed.
Yeah.
I don't believe necessarily. I do believe in history, but I don't believe in an agenda. And what is the agenda? And the agenda is leading to all these fucking goddamn political wars,
Like,
and pulling apart and things that are negative. And so for
well,
me, when
think
I
of
think
it.
about
Yeah,
myself and
I
my own
understand.
way I want to live, I think about good and positive and gentle a way of life. And so when I think about Bibles and religions and politics and wars, I
Yeah.
mean, it's pretty evident to me that it really fucking sucks.
Yeah.
So
Well, see, that's why the fun thing for me about the Bible and Christianity is, okay, let's go to the Old Testament. So if the Old Testament, it's, oh, okay, I'll be quiet. I'll be less loud because Rosa's sleeping. We'll have to
okay,
stop soon.
sorry, I
No,
will
no,
lose you.
no, it's me that was talking too loud. So what was I saying? Okay, first things first. It's like in the Bible, they're talking about locations, in the Middle East and stuff like that.
But let's
Now,
not confuse
well,
history
wait,
and
wait, wait,
human
no, no,
history and
no, wait, wait,
recording and writing, right?
wait.
Which is why I think people get confused with
Well, let
religion
me
and
finish my thought.
Bible and Quran and stuff like they get
Let me
confused
finish
with
my,
history
yes.
versus just like and being like a little bit manipulated
Okay,
by
let
politics.
me let me finish my thought though. So, okay, the Old Testament, there's a large part, in my opinion, that is just historical accounts, okay, of actual locations. If it's not fairy tale, that means that even 2,000 years or 3,000 years, we should be able to archaeologically, because we know where Israel's been. That's not lost. Like, Israel is very clear that it's there.
Yeah,
So if it's talking about Mount Sinai in Saudi Arabia, and we go there and we start seeing, wow, there's a mountain that's black, and that brings the story of the pillar of fire that was there,
yeah.
and all of the stuff. So it's like, okay, that's there. Okay. What about Noah's Ark in Turkey? Okay, it's in the mountains.
I'm not denying all that
No,
history
no. So
exists. Okay.
so that's one thing that I'm like, okay, I like that this book and Christianity has some historical stuff to back it up. Great.
Yeah.
Who wrote the damn book?
Well,
Humans wrote the book.
humans did. Yeah, yeah. I don't
But
deny that.
Christians never said that, have never said that humans have not written it. What
Yeah,
they,
of course. Like the disciples, the
yeah,
scribes,
like the New Testament is the Gospels.
papyrus. Like there's written word. I
That's it.
agree. Like the
Like
Egyptian.
the Gospels were written decades later, but still in the first century. Okay, so, and the four Gospels are really, they just look like biographies
Okay.
of his ministry. They don't go through all his life. So it looks like a very biographical kind of.
And it could be biographic. It
Then
could be a
then you
chronology.
Right. Then you have the epistles, which are just letters. Paul writes a large amount, and you can tell they're not trying to sound like these sacred, like to sound like sacred
No,
literature.
of course they
He's
would. They're
writing
trying to make it with
letters.
stories.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but there's a lot of eh,
it's more
theology,
it's more
right?
believable. Yeah.
That's it. Now you have the Gospel of John. That's very spiritualized. You have Revelation. That's highly symbolic. But
I don't care if it goes from A to Z.
but
Like I
two
work for
thousand
lawyers,
years
and
ago,
lawyers can write a motion or
right?
a freaking trial. A trial.
Yeah.
What do you call it? Uh, Whatever narrative,
Yeah.
right? They could like everybody has a different take on and style on writing.
Right.
Writers
So
do, poets do, musicians
right.
do.
So what the Christians are saying, and the Jews, is that God is able to inspire people to write things down. Now, so that's the way I take it. Now, it's a long investigation to find out. Well, like, is there evidence of this over here? Is there evidence of that over there in the Holy Lands? What kind of art? So, like, I needed that because I had to make sure. Now, if we start as some people say it's a fairy tale, then it's like, okay, I would believe that if couldn't find any archaeology. Then after there's prophecy. So we do have, let's say, the Dead Sea
Yeah,
Scroll
but
that.
you're making a definition.
Well, all
You're
I'm saying is that there's
assuming
prophecy that has happened
okay,
because
but
they found.
define prophecy, Jason.
Yes, I'll
Prophecy
define it.
is you're believing that someone is making a prophecy,
So
proclaiming or something like that, something to be true. Like human, like then now are we going to get into some sort of like ESP world or like?
no, so here is an example. Okay, um, the Dead Sea Scrolls. There were scrolls that were found. Okay, and one, for example, okay, has the complete Isaiah scroll. They're able to date that to 300 BC. So now we can only admit academically, kind of thing, is like, well, the only evidence we have is that at least at 300 BC, this is what was kind of written. Now there's prophecies 300 BC about this dude that we end up finding out is Jesus. He accomplishes 300 things in 3.5 years.
So
And
first of all, you have to subscribe and believe in the fact of the
you
dating
have
of
to
the time.
investigate and come up with your own decision, right?
Okay,
Now,
yeah.
then you should, then,
Okay.
I had to go to the Jews because the Jews are not a fan of Jesus. And the Jews have all their rabbinical writings, the Midrash, rabbinical
So
writings.
did
Okay.
you take like one book versus the other and then do
Well,
it
what I mean is,
well, no, it's a question. Did you
yeah,
take, because you told me, you told YouTube basically, you have researched many religions. So
yeah,
my question then, like if I was going to deep dive, which I admit I haven't. So but my question to you is, if I was going to do something like this is what I would do.
mhm.
So I have a question whether you did do this, is do you take like one religion or book or chronology and another one? Do you do a timeline and do you see like how, like, do they match up and stuff like that or not really? Because that would be like my way of going about it. But that's
Yeah,
just
like me, there was never a question. I always believed that there was a God. That I had as a kid. It was just never. And then so I knew there was something. Okay. I was very attached to Eastern and to reincarnation. It seemed true and it was applicable and stuff like that. And and it's like, hey, there's a karmic wheel. Hey, I can take my time. I don't have to like be that good of a person and perfect myself. Like, I'll just take it easy. I'm a little better maybe in this life, like. It really wasn't working then, and I believed in a lot of the spiritual virtues and stuff like that were inside. And there's obviously, if I'm a Christian, I'm not saying that everything else is 100% incorrect. Like the chakras, these spiritual centers, I believe in.
Yeah, everybody has their gig.
No,
It all works.
I don't think we should be playing with those. I think that God plays with those spiritual centers. I don't play with my liver or my kidneys, but I didn't let go of the chakras and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Uh,
I remember doing that when I was in my 20s. I read the
right.
Buddhism, I read the chakras, I read
Yeah.
Shobha.
But I was getting nowhere spiritually. Like inside, I was a spiritual mess. Okay, and and my ego and pride and all of
Yeah,
this.
been there. Yeah.
So I would put on a mask because I knew like society doesn't like egoism and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna
Of course.
hide
Yeah.
it, stuff like that. But inside there was no peace, so I was in a lot of
It's like
distress.
you're looking in the mirror and you're like, I don't like what I'm looking at.
Well, I was like, I'm not enlightened. It's like, okay, I love Buddhism, but I'm not enlightened. Okay, and I've been trying. I like the chakras, and I've been doing the Kundalini thing. That didn't turn out too good.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
Don't do that.
No, I agree. It didn't for me either.
So
But
here
when
I
you
have
do
my
look into
wife.
it, at the end, I like to keep it really simple. I'm like, at the end of the day, when you're laying down quietly with yourself, who do you want to be? Who do you want to be? And how do you want to treat people? And how do you want to be loved?
Right.
Like, it's really simple to me. Like, I
Look,
really like break
there's
it right down. Like, I'm not going to
you
look
do
at a
not
bunch of books
you
and
don't yeah.
spirituality for that.
Like I'm
because
not saying
because
that you need
because
to
I'm not
be
looking
a
for that. I'm
believer.
looking for like very simple, right?
Yeah, there's extremely good citizens, okay, that are nice people that are atheists and stuff like that. I believe that we have God puts a moral compass in, our
I
conscience and stuff
agree
like
too.
that.
I agree
Um,
too.
maybe there, and
But
I think
whatever that
that
God
your
is,
conscience can become broken if you keep on smashing it and doing, things that are, and you can see the justice system. You could see the that
well,
that
lack or lack thereof. But
that
anyways,
yeah, well, it's corrupted, but
that would be my channel.
the attempt at humans, crave for justice and etc and etc.
Well,
I saw.
I even have questions there because when you crave justice, like what does that look like? Like you can even get even deeper then. Treat
Well,
others the way you want to be
yeah,
treated. If somebody is going to murder your child,
you want
what does
vengeance.
what does justice look to you? I've seen all the sides. Like some people want the death penalty and some people don't. Like
Yeah,
what does that look like? Some people forgive and some people
yeah.
don't. Like I've seen
So
so
wait,
many
before going,
extra layers.
so my wife, she's always been a Christian,
Yeah.
and she doesn't talk much about it and stuff like that. But while I talk the talk, she walks the walk way more than I walk the walk. Okay, to be honest,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was inspired the whole time that I would be in my next spiritual belief phase, adopting something, and then this and Kabbalah was the last thing that I was in for almost 5 years prior to that. And trying to convert her, this is the truth and all that stuff, and but I always said in my mind, like she's like a female Jesus. She's was really a Christian that was really Christ-like. She was representing well. There's a lot of people that are just quiet people, and so you don't know they're Christian and stuff like that. Then you go to church and you're like, okay, wow, look at all these,
Yeah,
uh,
it's behind the scenes. It's a demure. It's unsaid. Yeah,
So
I
I
agree.
was so then I went through the whole like Christ consciousness phase, that Jesus attained enlightenment basically. So
Mhm.
it was just instead of saying enlightenment, it's Buddhism, but just say Christ consciousness and Jesus and you can allegorize the whole gospel, and say that it's an allegory of crucifying your ego to be reborn. Like, I went down that whole path. So I started to learn the Bible, but I was reading my beliefs into it because I thought there was like a secret message, but
So
but
this is
again,
why I keep questioning
wasn't
you a
getting
little
anywhere.
bit.
So
I
finally,
that's why I question you a little bit. I always question
so
like, is
right.
it something that you might need to loosen up a little bit on and not so much focus
So
on and just
so
have it within yourself and be a little bit more like Michelle and be a little bit more like
well
it's in you and
in
it's
my life,
demure.
like in my waking life, like at work, I'm not. blabbing
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah, yeah,
my religion. I don't go in the streets and stuff like that. I talk to my children, and I talk to people here.
yeah,
So this is my way of, I'm going to read the Bible, but I'll read it online. And if other people come, I'm kind of fulfilling what they say I should be spreading the message. So that's
right.
why I say it's good for me, and it's good for other people if they're interested. So like,
I guess
that's
I
why, like,
wonder, I
you
wonder what
literally
taught
have
you
to
to drive so much.
come to my channel. And
Mhm.
when I'm on my channel, I am much more assertive.
Yeah,
When I'm on someone else's channel, you'll notice I change my tone because I don't want to push my beliefs. I don't feel that. I might give an opinion. I might let them know I'm Christian, but you'll see that often I won't have that core, that almost anxiety of I'm trying to prove a point, and getting into this debate. And I don't do that. So I'm different in different environments. But when it comes to this channel, yeah, for sure. Like, I'm speaking a lot more absolute. But anyways, and then to
yeah,
finish it off,
I can understand.
2019, still getting nowhere spiritually, an emotional mess inside,
Yeah,
unsatisfied with life, all that stuff. I finally, because I had read the Bible allegorically for a while now, and Kabbalah prior to that was the Old Testament all allegorized. So I learned a lot of the Bible. And then finally, I said, you know what, God, I said, it's not working. I said, because it was a gradual process. I was telling him, if Jesus is true, then convince me. Do you want me to lie and say I believe in Jesus, because they say if you say that, then you're saved, and then I'll just go on and I don't believe? So I was talking with God for maybe 2 years prior,
yeah,
saying I don't believe in the Trinity. If the Trinity is true, then I don't. I then show it to me, and it wasn't immediate. And then finally, I said, look, I am not comfortable going through this Jesus. It feels like wrong, but I don't want to be actively rebelling against you. I will try it. And that's what I did. Very sloppy. I'll accept that I'm a sinner. I accept that Jesus literally came into history as prophesied to be the atonement, like in Isaiah 53. And I'm like, I know the Dead Sea Scrolls are 300 BC at least, and Isaiah 53 is a painting of the crucifixion. You can read Isaiah 53 to anybody, and you'll say, "Who is that about, and where is it?" Oh, it's New Testament. It's about Jesus. Like, no, that was more likely 500 years before, and he accomplished it. So, so I prayed that, and there was a true transformation, a legit huge transformation. And now it's a slow road, a lot of backtracking, a lot of off course for me, but not comparable to the mess that I was. So and then I got this, and it's like the Bible says it. It's in the Beatitudes. Blessed are those who thirst and hunger for righteousness, because I'll feed you. You know, and that's what happened. That 20-year search, and then finding the exactly what the damn New Testament said. Believe in your heart, proclaim with your mouth, you'll receive the Holy Spirit. And what the Holy Spirit, the literature, New Testament says, I've experienced it. So that's why it was like, wow, this is really real for me. And now I've continued, because in the Bible it says once you thirst and hunger for that, it's forever you're satisfied by God. And that's why I can't let it go.
yeah, yeah.
And to be honest, technically I haven't gone through with the Daily Bread even the New Testament yet. My goal is to read every chapter and comment on it, because
Okay.
it forces me, before I do my Daily Bread, to go research. So I want, let's say, there's a lot of the Old Testament, the prophets, that it's like, it's hard to know, like, well, is this prophecy already fulfilled, or is this a future prophecy? Like, you do need uh, to go to school
Yeah.
using discernment with Christians that are like 50 years ahead of you and stuff like that.
And I respect that. I
And
find
that's pretty much
I
it.
find it fascinating that you feel. I find it well. I find it fascinating that having met you and having known you for a little bit over a year now and stuff like that, that this is a journey that you feel like you need to go through. I find that fascinating because I don't really understand it. Because I don't understand why you have to put yourself through all this instead of just like living it without any sort of concern
Yeah, it
or
gives me
any
pleasure.
sort of thought about like that. Why wouldn't this come naturally? It feels forced that you have to like research and think and like live that way as opposed to like being more like me. But anyways, maybe I'm delusional. Where I just kind of like accept that about the world, that that's the way it just should be, and I don't have to put myself through any kind of forced education about it. Like it
Yeah.
seems comes naturally to me.
Me, it's a passion like Bruce's moon and astronomy.
Mhm.
Bruce dedicated his life. He was a hermit. It's
Yeah,
like
no, I
he
know.
stayed in his house. He did his research and he did his videos, and he was satisfied. And I don't think Bruce would have ever arrived at, now I'm done my last video, I'm satisfied. It was a passion,
No,
just
I
like
know, and that's how
diabetics
he
go
wanted to
to
spend his
drugs.
time, and that's how you want to
So
spend
me,
your
it's not
time.
forced. It might look forced. You might say, my God, how can this guy just blab on and
That's
on
your
for literally?
and he's probably thinking of you the same way, like you're so brothers, eh? The opposite. Wow,
Yeah.
you
Well, I
blabbing,
do
blabbing
crazy
about
long
that.
streams, but
Yeah,
no, it's a desire that is in me,
yeah,
that brings me pleasure,
yeah,
makes me want to talk about it. Like, look, where the whole, let's say when I found the intermittent fasting and low carb and stuff like that,
yeah.
did the
Get
research.
hyper focused on that.
Yeah, found out, the food pyramid, like just totally, like, I can't believe that we've been deceived, like this is crazy. And then this book here, like I read like this,
Yeah,
nutrition and physical degeneration, looking at cultures that were super healthy and thriving, eating animal food, not having cancer and all this stuff.
yeah,
So why did I dedicate myself? It was because I found the secret uh, to health, let's say to physical health,
yeah.
and
You wanted to
I love,
share.
and I felt amazing. But I love people, so I wanted to shout it to other
Yeah.
people, because I'd look at, let's say, somebody who was really obese, and I wasn't going like, oh, look at that
And
fat person.
you're like, you don't have to
I'm
be this
like,
way. I need to share
there,
this information with you.
right, so that's why I started the channel passionately, Fast Keto Prime.
I
Then
remember. That's when I
and
started following you,
I
actually.
would have never thought that I'd be primarily switching to Christian content, and that is just something that I call the Holy Spirit inside of me, that makes me want to do it, and it gives me joy to talk about it, and that people will listen. My mom, I think, initially, my mom wasn't a Christian either. Like all her life, she was like maybe 3 years or something.
Once
Wanted
you,
to go and read the Bible with her, so
yeah.
that happened a few times. Okay, she was open to the Bible, but I don't think she had received the Holy Spirit like the New Testament talks about. So my mom, Darla Lama, being like she does for Bruce, came to every single video. So I don't care if zero people get saved listening to my content. My mom got saved by listening to my video, and just that. If all of this is useless, but brought my mom to Christ,
I can
which I
appreciate
used to tell before when I became, I was like, God, like my mom, like my dad died at 31,
yeah.
car accident. My mom was an amazing single mother till I was about like 10, when my stepfather's still with her, but she was a single mom. She was amazing, and I was
Mhm.
like, well, why would you save me? And why would you save my mom? Because I do look and see some amazing people that are non-Christian, and I do ask myself, like, well, like, they seem like good people, like what, but I have done the research, and I don't believe in eternal conscious torment in hell, but I do and believe that there is justice, and I do want people that have done horrible things to have justice, and
Yeah, I have those questions for you as well, because you know what I do for a job, but
yeah,
in my hobby. But I do have a question about that, like where that would come to.
we'll have to
It
stop
might not be.
soon.
It might not be tonight if you don't want to stay. But I would have a lot of questions about, like, you're going to talk about all these, Bible and Christian, and
Yeah,
my golden rule, like that just is just going to apply just like the Bible. But then you have all these evil in the world, and then so I personally I struggle more about that than
yeah,
I would be more apt to believe in the Bible than to struggle with how does these evil people, humans, brains spawn in the world about murdering each other. I have a really big problem with that. Or
yeah,
even I would even go so far as murder is almost at the point in my brain seems merciful. It's the sexual torture of people and children that, like,
yes, exactly.
I don't
Yeah,
understand that kind of evil,
that's
and
why.
I don't understand it, and that's
Yeah,
the part that makes me not sleep. And I'm like
yeah,
trying to reconcile that in my brain all the time, where that's where I struggle with God,
right.
Creator.
And
Why does this exist?
that's why, like, when people say, like, Jason, like, God loves us unconditionally, and as if, like, once you pass away, you're in bliss, and like, great stuff's happening for
And
sure.
then murderers are just thinking like, well, I'm
Really,
just
are
gonna
you
do
sure
more
about
and torture people because I'm just gonna be in the ground and
right?
nothing's gonna matter. Like,
No, I
oh
mean,
my
so,
God,
like,
it drives
I
me
don't.
fucking nuts.
The Bible, Old Testament to New Testament, from Genesis to Revelation, is very clear that there is a judgment day upon the earth, physically,
I can only pray, Jason. I can only pray.
or else, yeah, because if there isn't, then
But maybe that's just what humans do to make themselves feel better,
it
right?
could be.
Maybe
But
that's what
I've
we're
al- I've
doing.
al- I've
Maybe the murderers and the sex torturers are right, and they're like, I'm just gonna like have my ego and my free will, and fucking torture and murder and like make people feel sick and dead. And they're like, well, I'm just gonna like pay the price and die, like whatever. I'm like,
the atheists.
how do you have a brain like that? I don't understand it.
No, I mean, I st- because things are becoming so divided now, and society and culture is really collapsing and degenerating, in my
Yes,
opinion. There's
I
a
agree.
parable. There's a parable. The Obviously, a parable means that it's a fairy tale pointing to a truth. So one of the parables, Jesus says that the farmer came and sowed good seed in his field, and then when he went to bed, the enemy came and sowed bad seed, like weeds. And when they started to grow, the workers noticed, and they said, like, they're you get, like, why is there bad seed? And he explains, I planted the good seed, but the enemy came and planted the evil seed. And they go, well, do you want us to rip out the weeds now? And he's like, no, 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 no. He goes, it's too early. If you rip it now, you'll likely rip also the good seed, the wheat. Wait till it is fully harvest time, then you'll be able to gather the wheat into the barn, and to gather the weeds and throw it into the fire. So I am almost thinking, like, are there literally people that are human, like, they look human, but they are literally, like, demonic? I don't know. Because, like, I mean, that parable could
It's
be.
kind of looking that way. I don't know. I don't know.
It is,
Like, how do you get, like, I watched so many trials, Jason. Like, that's my life, right? For the
yeah.
past 10 years. And there's even like teenagers and children at this point who are killing their freaking own parents or friends
There's more insanity happening.
in a horrific, even demonic ways, that I'm like,
Yeah.
how does that even exist in a human brain, for God's sake?
Yeah. Well,
It's horrific.
here's an example. Let's forget about a spiritual origin to that. If you look at the consumption of what they call the vegetable oils, the seed oils and stuff like
Yeah,
that. The
yeah, I know that's really bad.
soybean, canola,
Over processed
all
seed
of them.
oils. Yeah, no, I get it.
Besides the cold press ones.
I don't buy them.
Yeah.
I buy the like $20
Well,
olive
listen to
oil.
this. It can't prove causation, but it proves an association, like a parallel, that 10% of our calories now are coming from these seed oils. Humans, okay, this book says this is one of the
Yeah,
primary reasons.
with your consumption and like almost
It is inflammatory.
lubricating your
But
brain.
listen,
Like,
it's
almost.
inflammatory, and
Yeah.
there's some studies that they're showing a parallel as the consumption of these oils increase. They're causing oxidation,
Yeah,
cellular
I
damage,
agree.
and aggression is increasing in the population.
I agree. It's
Linear
probably
with it.
bad blood, man. It's bad blood.
We're being poisoned. We're being poisoned left,
I
right, and
agree.
center.
I
Yeah,
keep telling my kids like just I'll give you extra money. I give them extra money. Just buy the better food. Stop eating junk.
I mean, it's like it's almost hard even when you're trying to eat. It's like it's just coming out more and
Well,
more.
for me, it's not hard. I eat once a day, and when I do eat, I eat very so extremely clean. It's probably at this point, it's probably neurotic, but it's like more worry that it's my kids, right? Like I'm trying to
Yeah.
teach them, but then of course they're living in this world of economy and trying to do their best. But I'm very confident they don't eat out and they don't eat junk. At least I've taught them so long to not do that.
Yeah.
And that's maybe what gives them a heads up on like being intelligent and like healthy. They don't get sick. They don't go to doctors. They don't get ill. But like not everybody has a mom like me who taught them all this shit all their lives, right?
So check this out. This is what gives me, in a way, hope. This is the book of Revelation, the last book. This is Judgment Day. Okay. And this is why I quite passionate about talk about conditional immortality, because this doctrine of hell that the Christians have is not biblical. If you look over here, what do you notice? What here? And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire, and it specifies what is it? This is the second death. So it says, and I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were open, and another book was open, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. Now, there's something called the Akashic records. This is
I've heard of them. Yeah,
New Age spirituality. Edgar Casey.
about 10 years ago, I used to listen to
so again, it's like this could be, he could be right that there is, a library and a book. I think personally that DNA might be actually the book of life, not the book of life, but the book, the individual book. It's like it's recording everything that we're doing. I mean, it literally emits light. So, anyways, the whole point is that it says the books were open, and another book was open, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. And so it seems like this is
what I don't like is number 15.
Right. No, but watch. Exactly, but watch. This is what I think the interpretation is. And the sea gave up the dead, which were in it, and death and hell. Hell is supposed to be Hades. It just means the common grave. Delivered up the dead, which were in them. So these are like in Christian theology. This is the second resurrection. The first resurrection has occurred. These are the non-believers. Okay, this is how the Revelation saying the non-believers are being dealt with. It says. And death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them, and they were judged every man according to their works. Now I like that everyone's judged according to their works.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Reap what you sow.
And it says, and death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. Now it talks about death, a second death. These people, they died once. They just got brought back to life. They're in front of God. And it says that they're judged individually, righteously, with justice by God. And if they're not found into the book of life, then they are cast into the lake of fire, which is death. It seems like it's like thrown into the furnace. And when you look at the imagery of the Old Testament, how the wicked are dealt with, they're always compared like weeds burnt up weeds. It's always destruction, perishing, annihilation. So it's no worse than an atheist that thinks once I die here, there's nothing after, so enjoy life, kind of thing. We have this life, and even though it's fallen, we talked about the how that actually shines us like polished gold. This darkness, this is where we develop the compassion, the empathy, and all that. So there's a purpose to this metaphysical situation we're in. But after he promises that those here that are found in the book of life, that aren't cast into the lake of fire, I think though they might not have been Christian in their life, I think that he still looks at the potential of their heart and decides whether they're allowed to enter into eternity, because it says, like you said at the end,
It doesn't sound like that
whoever,
what I'm reading
it
here.
says whoever was not found in the book of life. Why do they specify, like, look, why are they saying
Like lake of fire is very specific. Sounds like
yes?
the pit of hell.
Well, that's the thing. This is where I do acknowledge that there's translations can cause issues.
Yes.
But
Well, I mean, it does give a human brain an impression of.
well, like for example here.
But in a way, it's good. It's supposed to deter humanity from doing bad, and that's again going back to my golden rule: treat people the way you want to be treated. If you're going to treat them like whatever that they're trash and they're going to go to hell, well, then you're going to go to hell. So
what
it's
yes,
very
exactly.
simple.
What we just read here, do you think that this kind of sounds like there is an opening for these people?
No,
Because
it sounds
I
pretty
think the fact
definite.
that
And then let them be cast into the lake of fire sounds pretty definite to me.
no, but it says whoever was not found written. So it seems like there's books that are open, right? There's the book of life, okay, and there's these books, which I think is the book of your life, okay, and it says that we're judged according to what we did in our life, every thought and everything. Then after it says that death, meaning death itself, and the grave are cast into the lake of fire, meaning death is no more, is beat. Hades, meaning there's no more realm of the dead. They're destroyed in the lake of fire. But then after having said these books are open for each of you guys individually, it says that they're scrutinized for what they've done. And then after it says, and whoever was not found, I think the fact that they specify in 15, whoever was not found, after explaining this judgment, means there are people that the books are opened, and at this point, they are judged by Jesus and says, yeah, I've looked, and and I think that these people sitting in front of a throne, oh, this Jesus guy is real. I think many of them will not actively go, no, I still don't care. It's like, oh, like this is a huge like end of the world judgment thing. So I think that there's potential for even people that are not Christian to make it during the second resurrection, or else why add that? Why add whoever was not found? Why don't you just say the second resurrection, everyone gets cast into the lake of fire, and that's the second death? Either way, at worst, this is the second death, means that this idea of Christians saying that you're going to burn in hell for eternity is not biblical.
What is there like three strikes you're out? I don't know. I'm not into the baseball. I just don't.
Me neither.
I just don't buy it. I think it's just all too freaking wordy for me, and I really don't care for it. Honestly, like I said, I try to keep it simple, stupid. I think I've been doing law for 35 years now, and it's like literally, it's kind of like watching Judges all the time. Like it just really comes down. Now, Judges may or may not be biblical or whatever, but my experience, I've been doing this since I was 19 years old. Now, maybe my brain is warped too much in law, but these are the people with the gavel, and you make a decision based on logic and facts and stuff like that. So I can't get into that, but I'm a fiction writer and movie watcher and stuff like that. So like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I love all that stuff. Don't get me confused with that. The problem is I'm just not buying into the writings of the historics of the Bible. It's too old for me. It's antiquated. It's rewritten so many times that it's
I was
probably
in the same spot as you.
diluted and stuff like that. Like I understand the basics, but that's all I need. I just need the basics. I need the right and the wrong. I don't want to go through the whole, the whole book.
Good. Then just accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior and ask God to reveal him if he's true.
But I don't need to do that. Like I said, I just need to know every day.
Just giving you the simplified one. It's worth trying. That's what I did.
It's not that complicated for me. Like it just needs to be like if I'm going to counter you or you or you, I'm just going to be like the way I am going to be. Like I'm born the way I am, and I'm going to be a good person. I'm going to be empathetic. I'm going to be gentle. I'm going to be what do you call this? Patient, smart.
Here's the thing: is that it's like you said you've come to the conclusion about the Bible, and like I said,
I'm not going to go.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So you're like, I just want the simplified. So then I jokingly said, no problem. Just do like I said. If Jesus is true God, let me know that he's true and I'll accept him. And then that's it. You just talk to God. Hey, God, if you exist, if you're out there and Jesus is true and it's like Jason on the internet's been talking about, then sure, I want to know that. And that's it. So if you have that attitude with a curiosity, and Jesus says, obviously it's hyperbole, if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, that's all you need basically to start. You can move mountains, kind of thing. And God is not going to push himself on you if you are like, no, I've come to my conclusion about the Bible. I think I'm right that it is not. So immediately that is God's like, no problem. Like he's not necessarily going to approach you with that attitude. It's very clear that he wants you independently to seek him out. He wants you to find him. And as you start approaching,
but when I try to find him in my mind, I'm just trying to find a creator. I'm not trying to find, I guess I have a problem with the word God, first of all. So
then don't call it God. You don't have to call it God.
Yeah, it's more about a creator and like why we're here. That's and good. What what the fuck is the universe and planet Earth and all that stuff. So I'm more about that, like from a scientific kind of point of view, as opposed to just a woefully faith believer, throwing myself at the mercy of written human diluted books and words over time. I guess that's the best.
I used to really believe that there's a collective conscience, a collective consciousness, not conscience.
Yeah. Consciousness.
We all have our conscience, right? We're conscious.
I do somewhat. I wouldn't throw that theory out that we're
all. No, but that's what I'm saying. So
many weird interactions with people where I can think at the same time at the same moment. With like, I think there is an interconnect.
It's like a AM FM radio, like.
But I still think it's science.
The AM FM radio station. It's just I don't have a receiver for those channels and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there is the concept that we are each individual units of a collective soul, a collective conscious.
And we are electricity. Yeah.
We are conscious.
I agree.
So that God is the collective conscious, and that we're just when we're here, we just are receivers, and depending on our intent, we connect to different channels, and
Yeah,
then
no,
we receive inspiration, revelation, insight, desires, opinions based on that. People kind of say like, "Oh, I'm very close with that person." Often, it's not about how close you live; it's how similar you are. Because when
and
you're the
or
more
connected.
similar you are with somebody, the more comfortable it is. We'll say we're on the same page. Kind
I
of, we'll
agree.
use these
Or even
analogies.
like connection, like my daughter, my son and I, we have sometimes we have the same thoughts at the same time. We're like,
Right.
that was weird. Like, how did that
So,
happen?
right. So, in my addictions, in my dark times, I was, let's say, because of my intent, my drinking, the marijuana, just trying to numb myself, all this stuff going against my own moral compass, my conscience killing me, all that. So I was tuned into a very dark channel for a long, long time,
That's too bad.
and
I'm
it
sorry.
seems like other humans have exactly the same experience. And when I said, if darkness exists, if I can be in on this dark channel that feels infinitely deep, like a bottomless pit, then I said, then there must be another channel, the opposite channel, maybe the God channel.
Yin
And,
and yang, black and white. Here we
and
go.
so maybe, the Christians talk, and it could just be I mean, we're talking about spiritual things, so we're always going to use like metaphors and similes and,
Yeah, yeah,
analogies and stuff like
yeah.
that. They refer to us as temples for the Holy Spirit. Okay, um, so maybe the metaphysics of that, the spiritual physics, isn't literally the Holy Spirit going like this, but that by that you're able to tune into the Holy Spirit channel, and it seems just like other people tuned into a similar channel are very comfortable. They have the same, like almost desires, the same outlook, the same opinions. It's awesome chatting with them because like you don't have to watch what you're saying, and stuff like that. It's very relaxing and pleasurable. So that's what I think is that when you're talking like, yes, humans wrote that Bible, but it seems like there's millions of hundreds of millions of Christians over time that are saying like similar, like what the New Testament and the Old Testament are saying about the Holy Spirit. When you do it exactly the way they say you're supposed to do it, they're tuned into the Holy Spirit channel. They're having similar insights, similar and that's what kind of makes it more real for people. So maybe there is a Holy Spirit channel. Maybe we are individual sparks of it, and God is the totality of all consciousness. He has every thought, every and we're just receiving, we're capturing. We know that all of like our eyes, if our eyes saw all the spectrums of light, we
Which
would
we
be blind.
can't. Yeah, but yeah.
If we heard every single frequency possible, we couldn't even hear each other.
I
So
know.
in fact,
I watch hawks every day above where I live. Every day they hunt in pairs. They always
yeah,
hunt in pairs. I always imagine what would it be like from their point of view? They
yeah,
look
or
down.
or
They're
or,
flying.
or
Like,
animals,
I've never even been in a
that
plane for
function
God's sake. Like,
animals that function with sonar and and stuff like that.
exactly. Like, I always think about these things. I have so many things on my mind.
Okay,
Which
we're gonna
brings me to
stop
one
this
last
because we're at four
question.
hours.
I know, which brings me to one last question.
I'll give you the last.
You don't have to answer. You can like be short about it too. I don't
Okay.
care. Is there any chance in your, well, you might not know how to answer this. I wonder if there's any chance in your world that you think there's a possibility you will ever get off of thinking of your faith where you are now and getting changing either higher or lower on that faith of like where you sit right now on the spectrum
Yeah.
of where you are. Like, are you stuck right where you are, or do you give yourself wiggle room to go either like even higher in some realm that I can't conceive of, or like down to say my level of where I'm not completely buying into the written words of the Bible where you are, but then you know me, I think enough to know now where I think where I sit with my beliefs and what you keep asking me about my worldview. I think
Yeah.
you know a little bit more about me now about that.
Yeah. Like as far
Not
as
going
I'm
back into
concerned,
the Shroud of Turin. Don't bring me there. I'm asking you a simple question.
no, it's for other
Do
people.
you
Here,
think you would change your worldview and come off a little bit more of the Bible, the Shroud, and all that stuff, and
it's
be more?
based, it will be based on my continuing research because I have not researched everything that I need. There's a YouTube channel that maybe you would find maybe very interesting. It's called Cold Case Christianity. It's actually, you know what, worth showing you because he was a prosecutor and he became a Christian, and the way he explains um, coming to Christ and the evidence and stuff like that, he treats the whole situation like a cold case. Okay, and he's a prosecutor, so he's using words that you'll appreciate. Cold case Christianity. So when I would say that when I first became Christian, I had a lot of doubts about a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
Did not believe in the Trinity. Believed in a lot of stuff that I was like the whole hell thing. Put that aside. Said not dealing with that right now because that doesn't make sense. But so no, it's a journey that I am still on, but so far it's bearing for me fruit. It's bringing me happiness and it's keeping me sober and so for for me I'm very rigid. I'd love to return sometimes back to the openness of new age of just saying yeah, like talking about this and just accepting and
Well, or just like if you die, like that's it, you go to the earth and there is nothing else other than all these books we read. They're just books and they're just people.
well
It's
you know,
history. It's
yeah,
history. We all learned we're still doing war. We're going to die, blah, blah, blah. But like,
well
honestly, there's no real like
if
friggin'
if it is
heaven
a fairy
and
tale.
hell. And it's just like,
Yeah, no, I understand you.
there's nothing to be thought about. It's all fantasy, if you will.
Right. So, like I said, I think you would might appreciate the cold case Christianity guy, um, the way he approaches the evidence, the Shroud of Turin, with the new research that says it's 2,000 years old and that it is literally a image that is imprinted, not painted, and science can't reproduce it, and it's real blood. And not only that, the blood has evidence that it was a traumatized person. It has all the markings of the gospel biographies of Jesus, and on top of it, when you put it under a VPN VP8 analyzer, it shows that it has three-dimensional properties, meaning that this is what you see, this kind of popping out with some of the technology
I
that
remember this from the 80s and 90s for sure. Yeah.
right. But then they came out with the 1988 carbon dating,
I
and
remember. No, I remember. But
and then
then,
it was
but
just
then
tossed
carbon,
away.
but then carbon dating went through a whole plethora of more
Critique.
experts coming through saying carbon dating isn't perfected. You know, like
Yeah, well, the problem is that they, instead of having three samples in three different locations, sending it to three different labs and not telling the labs what it is. Instead, they took one location, cut it into three pieces, told all three labs what it was. And on top of it, it was found out later that it was a repaired area. Because, and on top of it, the thing, carbon, okay, dating you can't carbon date something that's then in a fire because that's smoke. This is like,
Well, plus I also don't think the science was like it was so
it
new
was
that
biased.
yeah,
It was
not
biased.
even biased per se. It was just so new that it was an unknown. Like uh, it just was an unknown technology that like you could bring a couple of people together and like they can presume to know what they're talking about. But like it's such an unknown. Like I don't know. Like it's not a proof.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't enough steps to like make it a solidified proof in my mind scientifically. But that's just me. I like things to be
Mm.
overly proven. So
Well, for me, I feel like like I said, it's like a cold case. I wasn't there. I didn't see the crucifixion. I definitely was, not in the, don't know anything about the Old Testament, wasn't there. So what I do is I look at the historical literature, like the Jews, what they were saying about Jesus. It's like, why didn't they just say he didn't exist? Or why didn't they say he wasn't crucified? They don't deny any of that. The Muslims, 600 years after the crucifixion, for some reason, Muhammad is so sure that Jesus wasn't crucified. So that's just another story or whatever.
yeah,
But then I see the Shroud of Turin. I researched that. I was like, this is crazy. It's literally like an X-ray, like
I
a
know.
shot on
Does
it.
does any
So
part of you think like the Vatican is gonna like have
no,
some
because
sort of
it's only recently.
controversial control over that?
No, it wasn't. If you look into
I
the
know. I went
history,
to
it
like
was.
universities and yeah, I do. I remember
No, it
that.
was actually owned by just private families for the longest time.
Oh,
Because
okay, I didn't know that. I knew it
yeah,
went through professors and universities
no,
and stuff.
no, and the image that we often see with all the details is not what you actually see when you look at it. It's when you take a photo. What happens is it becomes more defined. What we're supposed to do, right, is when you take a photo, it's a photo negative. And remember when we used to like get our
Yeah, yeah,
pictures
yeah. With the dots,
orange,
yeah,
yeah, exactly, and it's like
the
distorted, but
brown,
then
the
yeah,
brown.
so it's kind of like it looks distorted. Okay, it's very not detailed, but you can still see it. But when this guy took a photo with the old school photos, he was shocked because all the details came out. So it was as if it was a photo positive. So that shroud, when you take a picture, the photo negative is like a photo positive. It's just insane. In science, it's like they say, we have no idea how to recreate this and stuff. So that is a huge thing. That was like, whoa, man! Like this is supernatural. This cloth. I mean, I was still convinced when they were saying that it was only like medieval times and stuff like that. And then after like finding archaeological sites, and then looking into, like I said, there's literally prophecies, and we know it's at least 300 BC. If you really dive into it and investigate, like I want to find out about these prophecies. Throughout histories, it talks about the empires. It literally, I'm not just talking about the Jesus prophecies and stuff like that. And there's more prophecies about his second coming. And it is super accurate about what the hell's happening nowadays. So I'm like, wow, like for me, I'm day by day, bit by bit that I'm putting in my little basket of evidence is convincing me more and more. I had to I prayed about the hell thing that was like bothering me. I'm like, that makes no sense. I pray the Holy Spirit would like give me no response. But then I feel that it was God inspired. He just guided me to that video one day. Edward Fudge, The Fire That Consumed. I learned about conditional immortality. I was like, oh wow, Christians, early church fathers, some of them believed in that. The majority didn't. But I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
okay. So it's not just me like, trying to now like just make Christianity just more comfortable. Like I am intellectually honest with it. And so anyways, yeah, we can end with that. For me, it's my investigation brings me joy. I think that as far as any religion goes, it has a lot of evidence. It has historical manuscripts that you can investigate and trust what the academics say. I don't.
And
I,
I would arguably just end it, as you said, to
I'll
end
let
it.
you have the last word.
I would, well, it's not about that, but to end it, because it's how I felt when you said that, to end it, this is like that. So for me, I was thinking, to end it, I
Mhm.
still feel opposed. I still feel like I have, for lack of better word, like without sounding weird, but like I definitely have what I would call like a paranoia to some extent of, I don't want to buy in to what other people are
I
maybe
know. I get what you're saying.
paint a picture, and then I'm gonna buy into it, because I have like I would like to call it a healthy paranoia of, I don't want to take that leap. I don't want to
You're
like
just,
take
it's not
that leap,
paranoia.
and I'm
You're
just,
skeptic.
I'm guarded. I'm
You're
guarded.
very
Yeah, I'm
skeptical.
just not gonna
That's
buy
fine.
into it.
No,
It doesn't
exactly.
mean I don't want to, and it doesn't, like obviously, how easy would it be to take that road, to just be like living in like that?
Like
But
I've been there. Like it's like I still remember. It's not that long ago that I exactly in the same spot as you. Um, the one thing that I find, like I said, I finally did was I stopped trying to read my beliefs into the Bible,
mhm,
and I was in a crappy state of empty and unhappy and stressed and fearful and all that stuff. And I said to myself, you know what? The scientific method is somebody is proposing a hypothesis, right?
mhm.
They're making a claim. Okay. Then they have a detailed methodology, the method. And then after they have the results and then the conclusions.
Yeah,
So Christians are making a claim, they're making a hypothesis. The Bible, forget the Old Testament, but the New Testament, the whole New Testament is a clear method. It's telling you specifically certain things that must be done or whatever.
recommended.
Yeah, okay. And then after they come to a conclusion.
Mhm.
So that's looking at my wife and stuff like that, being just fed up of having so much knowledge about like Anunnaki, Nibiru, Planet
Yeah,
X,
I went through
Christian,
that 20 years
all
ago.
of that. And
Yeah,
it interests me, but it gave me no inner transformation.
because nothing was ever proven, and you can go on the
Right.
fiction and
So,
fiction and
right,
fiction and
right. So there's, yeah.
hamster
So,
wheel, like
so I
I can't
became
believe in all the
desperate.
bullshit anymore. It's all fiction. Yeah,
So I became open-minded and in a way desperate enough,
yeah.
and I won't repeat what I said. It was like it started slowly, almost 2 years prior to ever even saying that I would be Christian. It was like, if it's true, show me. If the Trinity is true, explain it to me. Do you want me to say I believe in Jesus, but you know my heart? I'm not going to
I
lie.
think
It
humans
was a
just
slow process of talking.
basically humans just basically accept what it is that they can accept and live with, that makes them feel comfortable in order to survive, because that's Darwinism. That's what we do, is we try to survive. So if that works for you, and that works for you, and that
Yeah.
works for you, that's what,
Well,
like, we all individually choose, I think, is what's
for
going on.
sure, and yes, that is exactly, um, like how I feel. It's that I was open minded. I stopped doing it my way. I really started accepting it just as an experiment. It's like,
Yeah.
well, I've done all the other religions. I've gotten nowhere with it,
Well, and it's working
and
for you. So like
I do, and
it's like you're not going to
exactly.
keep
I've
beating
almost
your head against the wall, because that's
I
not working for you.
Yeah,
So
like,
that is
you know
working.
what? If I believe a fairy tale
Yeah.
that transformed me, that I probably would have never accepted my granddaughter raising her. I would have been totally like self-centered, like I am tired and stuff like that. It was literally Bible scriptures that
Yeah.
changed my heart, and
Like I
and,
said,
and
if it's working for you, that's
that's it, because I told God too, like the first one, the thing was fearful. It's like, I'm 45 years old. I'm exhausted. I raised 6 kids.
oh yeah, yeah.
My oldest, like I sent him to juvie. Like
Yeah.
had a horrible
Hard times.
sudden like teenage rebellion with him, and tons of like my wife, we still have no diagnosis. She's perpetually in pain, like just now we have one income. I'm doing overtime I'm trying to tread
Yeah.
water, just all of this stuff. And and I was telling Michelle, I was like, look, if we can help, perhaps the parents, but we can't like full time. We can even do it part time, but we can't just do it. And then, finally, I read these passages. It would, let the children come to me. However you treat the most vulnerable, this is how Jesus will see and say, that's how you treated me. Who's the most vulnerable that you interacted? Don't say anything about what you did to that most vulnerable. That's what you did to me. That's how
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah.
So I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
okay. And then it says that the worship that the Father desires is to take care of widows and orphans. So those three. So at that point, I basically, again, on my knees, just for dramatic effect, I guess. The prayers are
No,
just as
like
effective.
you felt.
But in
Well,
humility, I
you know
said,
what? I
I
get
said,
it. Like, hey, I
but
did
listen to the prayer. I said,
figuratively
God,
on my knees.
but I said again, I said, God, if this is your will,
Yeah.
I said, my love is not good enough. My patience is not good enough.
Yeah.
My wisdom, my knowledge, all of that. I said, I
I just
said,
wish you would give your own self that credit though, instead of God.
so, I told him, I said, if this is your will, I said, bless me with your Holy Spirit, bless me with your love. And I said, I will not keep it. I'll allow it to come through me, and I will project that love towards her. And my love for her is brings me to tears. And I was previous like, oh well, it's not the same, your children compare, blood and stuff like that. I mean, it was very different. When I met Michelle, like the kids had a father there. They were seeing their fathers every second weekend kind of thing. They don't like the new guy, like the youngest one was 3, and I was 20, like 2 or something, with all of a sudden 4 kids. um I'm big difference now,
Oh
like
yeah,
so
yeah.
I
And
do
you were
almost have like
and
guilt
you
and
were young.
remorse of
Yeah,
all
yeah.
the errors I did. But it's just amazing that I acknowledge my weakness, and then I point to God's strength, and then he gives me his strength. So I do, in a way, acknowledge that I have to do it. I have to get out of bed. I'm doing it. I have a free will, but God is giving me inspiration, and is giving me a psychological and an emotional state that is very empowering. And fear goes away, and fear comes back when I lay off of it. And it's exactly what the Bible says, your daily bread. And then, so it's just, there's so much in the book now that I consider myself a Christian, that it's like, how can I have all of this that the New Testament says, do this and this will happen. I do it finally. I'm at the end because I did almost every single possible spiritual path. This was
Because
my last one.
because it gave you inspiration. The
And
writings,
it
the
might be a fairy
teachings
tale.
gave
And
you
if it's a fairy
inspiration.
tale, if it's a fairy tale, and
But
and it,
give yourself
then
credit
it
for
made me a better
give
person.
yourself credit for put like reading it, absorbing it, and spitting
Yeah,
it
for
out,
sure.
and spitting it out
Yeah.
basically, because you had 3 choices. You couldn't have read it. You could have read it and ignored it, or you could have read it, ignored it, and not spewed it out. These are 3 like logical like
Yeah.
choices for you, and I think you deserve the credit of doing all 3 and getting through that. Like, but then again, I arguably think like you as a human deserve that credit and doing the golden rule versus the writings and believing in the God and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Then we get back into blah blah blah. I won't keep you, but I'm more wondering about the creator and like, but not so much the humanity of the writings and the fictionalized in the book and stuff like that. Like I understand
Yeah.
how it's good. Like generally it's good. I get that. but I just don't really want to like waste my particular time reading it. And
Yeah.
I already like, I feel like I'm cutting out the middleman
Well,
and
I mean,
avoiding
technically,
a bigger question. So
technically, the idea behind it is if you show up to the daily breads, you're going to get a chapter read, and then you're
true.
going to get
Yeah.
commentary. And
No,
even
well,
if
I
you know,
totally agree with what you're doing. Yeah, yeah.
and there's a community, and people can chat and stuff like that. And at the very least, it's like there's a lot of misunderstandings about Christianity.
Mhm.
So even if you're not a Christian, you will leave and kind of at least understand what true Christianity is. Not the
Yeah,
middle age Christianity, not the you know
yeah,
prosperity church Christianity, not Catholicism, the Catholic Christianity kind of thing that has some really but
yeah, yeah.
so
No, you're giving it like a more of a puritanistic spin. Like
yeah,
you're
like I don't I don't believe in really denominations. I believe in like did you read the Bible? Do you believe it? Do you have a relationship through the Holy Spirit that you feel good? You're a Christian. A church is when
I feel like
a church is when
I did that
two
from
Christians
like
are together. That's a church talking about God. If you're two people, the early Christians were at people's houses hiding because people were getting killed at the start.
yeah, I know I remember, but
So it's like,
well, I don't remember that.
but I don't have a problem using discernment and finding a church building. I happen to have my AA sponsor who was an atheist. 10 years later, he becomes a Christian, calls me, and he invites me to the church, which is quite far. There's plenty of churches closer. But I was like, maybe God is trying to direct me somewhere. Instead of saying, it's too far, I'd rather go here, I was open minded. I went with the flow. I ended up getting married there, and it was for
That's
free.
awesome.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
and a genuine, I'm sure there's plenty of hypocrites in that church, but overall, okay, during the pandemic, there was tons of churches around our area that that,
Choices.
that
Yeah,
closed. But what happened was the church where we were,
yeah.
which is not impressive. My first thing was, it's not really nice, the church. It's like, what do you care about it? Like, it's like, but it almost like tripled. It's huge. There's
Wow.
no more place.
Yeah,
Why? It's because the message that's being preached by the pastor has the Holy Spirit behind it, and he's very biblical.
yeah.
And I don't consider them Bible studies. It's just he goes through, and he does his sermon. It's a reminder, and you just you're just with like-minded people, and you can just let your guard down, and you talk
Comfort.
super excited about it, and you kind of have to shut your mouth a bit when you leave the church, and you're out in the world, and people don't want to hear about it. So 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 I don't consider it like, oh well, you have to go to church. What I say is it's very beneficial, and it should be a
I went as a kid. I grew up on and off going. So like it's not like I don't have experience with that. I have pictures, I have my communion, my confession, the
yeah,
white dresses, the whole bit, the crosses. I grew up in a Catholic family, in
yeah,
northern Ontario. So I've had my fair share of being exposed. I had the little red testament. I read it. And those pages, let me tell you, back in the 70s, those
thin, eh?
pages were paper thin.
Thin,
I
I
read
know.
every single word because I was a reader. So it's not like it's not like I didn't do that. But I think that, like you just said, you go through from like A to Z, and it brought you, to your journey. That
Yeah.
for me happened when I was a kid, so it happened in my journey. But then I've just seen so much evil in my life that I think um, um I'm gonna bypass the whole writings and the fiction and all that shit, and I'm gonna go straight to, I have more creator questions than putting my time into the humanity of the writings, and
I get
that's
it.
where I
Yeah.
stand.
Look, I mean, uh, you're starting somewhere. There's that's where you're going to start. Great.
Well, start. I don't
This
know. I
guy,
mean, I've been questioning this for 4 decades, my dear.
decades. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. He's a astrophysicist and
Yeah.
a Christian. This is daily dose of wisdom is pretty cool. He does very short clips very often, but you'll see this guy on many channels. His name is U Ross, so you could write U Ross, and maybe if you check him out, because he explained, like remember we were talking time, space, and matter. So he uses astrophysics, and he proves, well, proves he gives
Discusses.
compelling evidence, but scientifically. So there's many scientists. Like, look, if I were a scientist and I'm looking under a microscope and I see like these insanely complex
Well,
biological machines,
it's called fractionals.
yeah, I'm gonna be like, I believe in God. Like this is insane. Like when I
Well,
look at,
there's like fractional theory and stuff like that. So it gets
yeah.
complicated. Mathematics.
But anyways, you might like one or two
Thank
videos of you,
you.
Ross,
Yeah, thank
and
you.
I think you should at least check the other guy, just because the cold case Christianity. Uh, he, I think you'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah,
His
no,
approach,
I'll look them up for sure.
probably, like he wrote a book called Cold Case Christianity, but I don't know. Look at the titles there and try and
Yeah,
see about it. He has short clips and stuff. Anyways, let's cut it here.
yeah, let's go for it.
My 1.5 hours max. I did a great job.
I apologize.
No, it was good discussion. Like I'll just write open panel, and
Okay.
that's the point. I hope more people get on. Like
Yeah,
I,
so do I, because
well,
like
like I want to
I
do
don't want to be the only one with these thoughts. I would like to know if there's any people between you and me who think
exactly.
somewhere in the middle,
Yeah,
one way
like I'd
or
like
the
to say
other
meet
or whatever.
Kai, Jackie, all these people, because look, when I do eventually, let's say, find one of the videos of Bruce to keep his research kind of
Yeah,
going.
yeah,
So like I'm doing that for Bruce's community if I'm doing that once a
yeah,
month. Like if I'm here and people are in the chat and no one's coming to comment, because my idea was Bruce didn't let people often on. The communication was, he interacted, he answered everybody, but
yeah.
he didn't necessarily pop people on. So I'm like, well, maybe people that love his research have full of comments about like, yeah, but I think it's this, or have you seen this guy? So I'd like to make something new by Bruce while we're watching, literally other like 5, 6, 7 people, can have up to 10 people, a panel saying, hey, like stop, like what do you think about this? And just like, make an
That's a
actual
good
community
vision. Yeah.
where we're talking face to face. I'm willing to do that. But if
Mhm.
month after month, it's just me sitting here and I have, in a way, not not a passion for astronomy, therefore I have little knowledge about that, and then it's like, well,
But you're right. If you bring in 3, 4, 5 people who might
right,
be somewhere between you, me, and
yes,
Bruce, and then
yeah,
can have
right,
a deeper dive.
because
Yeah,
this will survive or die, like this once a month thing, based on Bruce's community, how they interact. Because
yeah.
what's the point of me just sitting there? All I'm going to say is I think they're interdimensional beings.
I agree with you. I think
You're
they
going
are.
to hear me talking about fallen angels every freaking time,
Yeah.
and like I'm going to want to vomit, and everyone else too. It's like, no, you guys have followed him for 7 years or something. You guys are knowledgeable. You've been inspired by him. You come, and
Let's
I want
share
to hear
ideas.
you
Yeah.
guys, because
Let's share ideas.
then, like, why don't I just say, like, why don't you just go to his oldest videos and start watching them one at a time, guys?
Yeah.
Because I'm not really going to have that much interesting things. I'm going to have a repetitive, I think it's that, and the rest is I have no.
But I agree with you, Jason. Somewhere between what you're doing on your channel and somewhere between what your brother did on his channel, there is a middle ground. There's something to be said for like there's a middle between, you know, people have been asking these questions for millions of years with the Bible, blah, blah, blah. And then there's these new technologies that are coming. And then with infrared and watching the moon and interdimensional, and then disclosure with the UAPs and Ross Coulthart and hidden, technology and all this stuff. I think it's all connected, and to some degree, this all should be shared. So when you say anywhere between 2, 3, 4, 12 people on a panel discussing this, I think as long as, and I think you had a really good point when you said it last time, you and I talked about basically it can be moderated in such a way that everybody gets a certain amount of time.
Oh, for sure. So or else everyone's going to be cut.
No one's overlapping and stuff like that. I think it can be like, it could become a really good channel, honestly.
Yeah. And that's why I want to, have, like Plum Island. Oh, I'll do a little research on this that I found out. And that's not always necessarily Christianity and stuff like that, just to keep people interested. Regina Stahl says, you have to expand your mind, read, gain more knowledge, learn the Hebrew, real translation, not English versions. And in my community, I have a book that, because I've commented on YouTube channels that have conditional immortality. This guy must have liked my comment. So, and he must, I don't know, tracked me down with the, which I rarely put. Now I do more like he emailed me, but I'm like, I don't ever remember. I put my email on my channel, but I rarely would leave my email somewhere else. Tracked me down. He said, sorry for calling you out of the blue. I'm an author. I have a book that I'm doing the second edition. I didn't realize that to put it on Amazon, I need people to read it and review it, like to have reviews. So he sent the book free in the mail. It's called Hell Becomes Holy, I think. I have it downstairs. And I'm talking specifically to you, Regina. Regina, is it Regina? Stalls. It's Regina, or what do you think? Is it Regina or Regina?
Maybe Regina.
The A.
Going to be my guess.
Okay, so so looking at this, what he's saying is there is something called the Qumran Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay, and there's also the Masoretic text. Now, when you look at the Masoretic text and you compare it to the Targums, there's a lot that's lost. And this guy is saying Revelation, the second death and the lake of fire, it is very clear and interpreted very easily in the Targums, but the majority of our translations are the Masoretic text. And he showed me, I've been looking through it and I'm going, the most important message is not lost. The Bible's message is not lost, but there are passages that are problematic throughout history. There's some horrible translations, and the fact that we now have the internet. Now I have every single possible translation. I go on Bible Gateway. I don't even pay anything. I want to see this translation. I want to see this translation. I want to compare there. Oh, I don't speak Greek. I press that. It gives me the Greek word, all the possible uses of that word, how many times it was used, all the places. So like, I'm not an academic, but when I see a passage that's not jiving, not making sense, I can go and investigate. And then so there's a lot of like codexes with every possible scrap of manuscript found and stuff like that. So I'm speaking to Regina specifically, is that, like I acknowledge it was written by men, but I do believe that they were able to document these crazy things that they were seeing in the Old Testament. And I believe that they were the prophets were literally kind of inspired. I think that they literally were channeling in a way the Holy Spirit. And I believe the New Testament just looks like a bunch of letters written by Paul to various churches, and looks like a 4 autobiographies. And then the Revelation looks like 400 references to the Old Testament. It's just John rephrasing it, giving a little bit more of context for end times and stuff like that. So I do acknowledge a lot of the issues, but it doesn't, in my opinion, prevent salvation. It literally means go, dig, read. People will go from kindergarten to, if you do a PhD, you might get out of there in your 30s. They might do 2 decades of education for a job in
That's
this.
ridiculous, though. Those are like professional
Right.
students, or
Yeah,
whatever you call
exactly.
them.
But
Get in the real
but,
life.
but in my opinion, it's like, okay, but I'm studying for eternity, like, because I think that the eternal stuff in the Bible is real. So
But
putting
the
in
only
5,
thing
6,
I
7,
worry a
8.
little bit more about that, Jason, is the only worry that comes to jumps in my mind about that
Yeah,
is like, and maybe it's just being a mom in me. I'm pulling a Darla on you there, but I feel like I don't want you to be so gullible either. Like, that's the part. Like, don't be so like 2 feet in and gullible about everything you read. Don't believe everything you read. So like part of me just like gets a little bit like that,
but
a little
I
don't
don't, for
believe,
me, I
don't
don't feel that I
be
was
believe
gullible.
everything.
I truly don't feel that I was gullible, be, because
Maybe
of
not gullible, but just like don't believe
the fact that
everything.
I was so open-minded, and the fact that I rejected Christianity. Like, I was like, Christianity was the only thing I had left.
I know, but then it feels like you
You know?
swung the other way. So that I'm just
No,
kind of like back
what
in the
happened
middle. Like,
was,
don't go from
when,
here to here. Just like be a little bit less over here. I
yeah,
don't know. It's a mom in me that is just like, just protect yourself. Protect yourself.
but what? Okay, let's say I am gullible, and you're seeing that. What 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 like a bad can come from me being this
Well, like anybody who gets
gullible?
over indoctrinated with religion, like I've just seen it
But
so many
what can
times.
it do?
It like this and this is just as never good.
Because the only
Total
evil that I've seen, um, as far as Christianity, which there was, is because they were not following, actually, like the Vatican, the Catholics,
don't want you to be. I don't
for a
want you to
long
be
time, they
deceived.
didn't even allow the followers to have the Bible.
But the
Like,
Vatican is probably deceiving you too. So like, just be
I'm
careful.
not a Catholic, believe me, and the
Well, maybe
Protestant.
well, per se, the Vatican. Call it the Jews. Call it the Vatican. Call it the Muslims. I don't care. Whatever. They're all deceiving you to some extent because it's in their interest to have the
Yeah,
people deceived.
but that's why I only focus on the study of the book, weeding out where the translations have gone bad, researching how old are the manuscripts, like Jesus died 33 AD-ish. Okay, I had to do a very long research, and I had to put my BS meter on, because if I'm just going anywhere on YouTube, I had to go to people that are academics, and it's very interesting. I didn't realize that it's highly secular. New Testament scholarship, biblical studies, biblical archaeology. I thought it was like, well, it has to be a bunch of like believers that are super interested in getting a PhD.
Oh no, they're
No,
definitely
I didn't
university
realize that.
secular.
So
No, I understand the researchers I've done too.
yeah,
They're
so
very high end professors, but that doesn't mean that they're also not indoctrinated either. So I just
right.
want
So
to be
what I
very
do is
healthy skepticism.
that's what I'm saying. I think that where I am now is because of 5 years of additional research. Like I said, when I first accepted him, I was embarrassed. I would have never, it was a secret. People were mocking Jesus in front of me. I was, like I was like, they're gonna think I'm stupid. I'm not stupid. Like, believe
Yeah.
me, okay? Like I went through phases. Like my faith was not huge. The Trinity thing, forget about that. There was like not a lot, but there was something about the Bible that I was like, there's something there. Like, it's been corrupted. Like I did, I did all that. But then when I find, okay, the Dead Sea Scrolls. Well, there's a whole scroll of Isaiah. That's 300 BC. It's in Jerusalem. We can look at it. It is a perfect translation of our English, meaning the And I was like, well, that so I can push it back to 300, and then I can do the research. What is it truly historical that Jesus was at least a historical character? Because some people even deny completely. So then I had to go through all that, and then I had to tie, like
No,
it's not
I get a lot.
gullible.
I guess
It's
maybe
highly convinced.
this is more a testament of
I'm convinced. I'm
maybe
highly
narcissistically, this
convinced.
is more a testament of me. I just will never choose to be on one end or the other. I will always ride in that middle ground, and maybe that's more a testament to who I am. Maybe I'm just learning more about myself, but I just refuse to sit on. I refuse to make a complete decision on one way or the other. See, I would never make a good judge, eh? I just can't decide. I
People
know
are hearing the beep, of
you're
they're all
chirping.
chirping. I don't say, is it Jackie or Regina? Everyone's going. I think it's
We're gonna
Jackie's going,
buy you some
crazy.
batteries.
Okay, let's cut it out right now, or else this will keep on going perpetually.
That's okay.
Um,
We're gonna buy you
all right.
some batteries for your
Let me
alarm.
just acknowledge Regina because she does the cap locks, and we'll end it there.
Okay.
So Regina's, I guess, Regina's more believing kind of like the ancient astronaut theory that all that stuff in the Bible was actually extraterrestrials, like, not interdimensional. It was just a misinterpretation kind of thing. And to be honest, like I have looked at a lot of the ancient astronaut theory and stuff like that, because I know that there's a lot of truth about the technology that was present in the ancient times, and the megaliths, and all the structures. So like but I'm still Christian, but I know that, hey, there's probably some good information about highly technological ancient civilizations like Atlantis. I didn't
Thousands of
believe it.
years before we can't even
Right.
do it now. We can't even do it
Um,
now.
and
That's
then
kind of why I sit here where I can't make up my mind about what's going on. I don't think it's unilateral in time that we were like Neanderthals and we like grew and grew and grew. There's like some missing time here with those
yeah.
technologies that were seriously questionable.
Regina is also saying, if you dig in Egypt, molted glass in sand from nuclear
Yes,
explosions, that's
she's
kind of
right.
like, like how lightning, when it strikes, it can turn the
Yep,
sand into
she's
glass.
right. Yep.
There is now. I read this recently, and I don't know where it was, but gosh, it's somewhere. Exactly. It's a guy who's an archaeologist. He has a biblical archaeology YouTube. So he's in the Middle East, and he goes somewhere where it was a sandy area and fire came down or something. And it's the same thing. Yes,
Turned
like
to glass.
you can see evidence, yeah, of that. But that's why I don't get into heated debates about that. Let's say for Regina, it's like, look, if you believe that, no problem. You're not alone. There's lots of people like that are very, very passionate about this. I just know that because Regina is here, she does maybe have behind that interdimensional, the fallen angels. Maybe Regina didn't learn about the first book of Enoch, didn't learn about the crazy hybrids and weird stuff that was happening in the Bible. So me, it's just planting a seed, that, because I, I I believe in salvation, but I'm not. It says the Bible, like, you're not going to save anybody. God's just throw the seed out, throw the truth out if you believe it. I believe that the gospel is the truth. Throw it out there, and God will do what He wants with it. I'm not. I can't lift the veil on anybody. That's between you, God, and you.
We need Regina on our next panel,
Yeah,
Jason.
yeah, exactly.
Very
Trying to
interesting.
teach, open your heart, open your mind. You have to go back millions of years. Hello, dinosaur. So, my opinion on dinosaurs is that they are a lot younger than what they're saying. And that's based on the fact that there's literally scientists are finding inside the bones, not complete fossilization. They're finding flexible vessels. They're finding collagen. They're saying that collagen can only last a big max 90,000 years. So it is not making any sense. There's no way that dinosaurs that lived like millions of years ago still have tissue, still have hemoglobin, still have remnants of nerve cells. That means it's a lot younger than previously explained.
Jason, did they say why they were like flash dyed to preserve that kind of collagen and stuff? Or I don't know anything about.
Well, I mean, fossilization happens when you're buried rapidly, and the birds can't,
But did
so
they change like the time? They changed the timeline. Do you think of like when that happened, or?
people put billions and billions of years because for some reason, evolution, if you put enough time, there's magic, and then non-life creates life. That mutations can be beneficial. It's just somehow time is magical. Time is,
Yeah, yeah. So
and
nobody knows the
and
time.
death is the hero because all of the previous body models that are less beneficial have to die so that progress happens. It's like a death is the hero, and put enough time and miracles happen.
So
It's
is
an evolution
carbon dating
still does not
is carbon
explain.
dating unknown? I
And
guess is carbon dating unknown? Is that the problem?
I think that to a certain I don't know, like we could look at it up another time, but
Okay.
it's not foolproof, and you have to calibrate things. So if we have items that are maybe like 10,000 years old, then we can carbon date within 0 to 10,000 years. But this millions of years stuff, that I don't buy that,
Yeah,
and
I don't think we know how to date that.
I
Maybe.
think that they're just putting it so that they don't have to deal with the fact
Yeah,
that it, you can't see that. It's
yeah,
way too complex. It's like
yeah,
what came first, the lungs, the heart, or the blood?
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
they all three had to kind of come in at the same time and stuff. So let's leave it there because we could get
Okay.
into oh, I'm going to prove that the flood's real and all that stuff. That's for another day. Just wanted to talk, just acknowledge Regina because she's putting the cap locks. Regina, you could check out author Tim Cohen on YouTube. Go check out some of his oldest videos, and he shows mud fossils of giant organisms on Mars. That's what he believes, and it's pretty cool stuff. They they look like giant. Like there's one that looks like a giant locust and stuff like that. Um, and holy mammoth still exists. A woolly mammoth still exists. Yeah, the woolly mammoths are not that long ago. All right. Thanks, Regina. Feel free next time to come on and speak face to face and stuff like that. In the spirit of sharing, I'm a Christian. I'll just share my opinion, but I will allow you to express your beliefs as well, for sure. We had many floods over millions of years of terraform. All right, that's it. LA, I'm kicking you out, and I'm gonna go watch some Netflix or YouTube. All right, love you.
Love
Next
you
time.
too. Good
All
night.
right, see ya. Well, thank you, everybody. almost 15 people that lasted till the very end, like usual, extremely long stream. But, open panels are fun. And I hope that more and more people, don't forget, you can change your name. You can turn your camera off if you're shy, so just, and it's not hard. You press the link. It doesn't work if you are using Safari, though. All right. So God bless, and I'll see you guys soon. Love you all.